death of the Western Regional Minister, Kobi Ochre Dakumensa. Just next door is the regional headquarters of the Electricity Company of Ghana. And as I stated earlier, behind us is the Takoradi Harbour and it spreads. We also have the new Takoradi. It's a settlement area for fisher folks. Okay. Yes. So it's part of the coast and it goes along till you get to the central region. And over here you move till you get to Cape 3 Point and then beyond the borders. So that is it. We are in the center of Takoradi.
Interesting, sure. You want to ask her anything about Takoradi?
I've been here a number of times. Okay. I have family here, so but I don't know my way around as much as she would. As a matter of fact, I've actually lost my bearings. You know, but we're looking forward to today.
It is. So it is instructive that this is happening in a secondary school, considering that the government has promised free senior high school, and it's been a major policy that has been delivered over the past 8 years, albeit with its own issues, but of course it's been maybe one of the single most important interventions we've seen in this country, one of, I repeat that for emphasis. So secondary schools are very critical, and so we are here at the Ghana Secondary Technical School. But we are not talking about free SHS today. It's almost like chapter 2. The party calls this new level the next chapter. And so as media persons, we have been following the work that they do, and we are here to do a scrutiny of the document that they are bringing up. I think before we go forward, let's just look back. Things that are promised in manifestos. Should manifestos become law, and I want to get your views on this, should manifestos become law where they say, this is a contract, you said to us that you deliver A, B, C, D in your manifesto, we've elected you for 8 years, we are going to make sure that you deliver. If you do not deliver, we can bring an action against you. There are people who think that let's not use manifestos at all. Let's have a national development plan and let the parties tell us how they are going to implement the national development plan. Because if you make it a manifesto, it becomes an exclusive thing to a political party. I don't know what you guys think about manifestos generally before we proceed.
Well, I think I'll go with you. You know, even as we prepared for today, I've been asking myself to what end? Because you look at their previous manifesto and you realize that, well, they were able to accomplish some things, but not all. And we are going into an election, NPP could win, NDC could win. If touchwood, NDC wins, what happens to what they started?
Why are you using touchwood?
I'm being careful here. Well, if NDC should win, what happens next? You know, and at times you get the impression that because it is in a manifesto, there's that reluctance to even tweak it when it is facing obvious challenges. So I would buy into the parties or various governments going by the National Development Plan, whereby you just spell out what you intend to do or how you intend to achieve aspects of that development plan so that it will be a continuum. The next government will also continue with it, and then we are moving forward. But here we are in a situation where we move 2 steps forward, 1 step back, and we don't really know which direction we are going. So I believe it's about time that we started looking into that direction.
Very well. Israel?
I've been a firm believer that a national development plan would be necessary. But then I pause and ask myself, does the United States of America have a national development plan? Does Germany have? The UK have? Does South Korea have? I think there's a clear vision.
Are you sure? Okay. Not a plan, but a vision. Okay.
So I think there has to be a clear vision about where Ghana needs to be at a certain point and have milestones, KPIs along the way. Now, what this does is that it gives a framework within which the political parties can now be creative within that. So if you highlight, say, 5 key pillars in the economy, and you say, okay, so trade is important to us. At the moment, we're sending out raw materials and we're bringing back finished goods. So it inures to the benefit of the West and the developed economies. And we need to bridge that gap. What then do we need to do? So we identify and say, when it comes to trade, we want to be able to now also industrialize rapidly and be in the position to export finished goods across all sectors. Then Each party now shows up and says, okay, going into the next election, if you vote for us, this is how we will bring about the realization of the agenda of industrialization. If it is education, and you're looking at the whole world and say, okay, STEM education and liberal arts education is the way to go. You look at Ghana's peculiar situation, our pool of human capital, and you say, I want my people to come out of schools and colleges and universities playing at the top 5 of the world, in the 5 percentile of the world's best human capital. Then you fashion out your plans to achieve that. I think that in the early stages of Ghana's development, post-independence, there was a need for us to have a development plan as it was done in the 2 iterations under Kwame Nkrumah's leadership. But going forward and the rate at which the world is evolving, I think a static document that says we must do line by line a list of items would be very, very difficult. And if you made a law, then it becomes even difficult for people to become more creative within the space.
So I think I want to disagree with you. I want us to have a plan that says in 50 years, let's have 1,000 secondary schools in each region, for instance. Let's say in 50 years, we want to reach the moon as a country. In 50 years, we want to have dual roads only. There should be no single lane roads. In 50 years, we should have 70% surplus in agricultural foods so that we can export. Let's set these targets. Look, you have mentioned the Nkrumah 9-year development plan, and we saw what it came with, right? In 2000, there was Vision 2020. It was an agenda we're supposed to execute by 2020. A, B, C, D is what we need. We have not done fairly well. If you look at the global stage, we had Millennium Development Goals in 2000, and we said that by 2015, this is what we wanted to reach as a globe, as a nation. Then we said in 2015 that we have not been able to meet these targets. Let's set another set of targets and call them the Sustainable Development Goals, where we say that by 2030, this is what we intend to do as a world, so that water, sanitation, and hygiene, this is our plan. We need to have poverty and all of those things. That's a global plan, and every country works towards it, right? As a continent, we have the Agenda 2057, I think
2063.
2063, where the AU would have been 50 years by then. What do we seek to see? Where they have this tagline they call the Africa we want. What is the Africa we want, and how are we trying to execute this Africa we want agenda? There should be the Ghana we want. The NDC uses that as their tagline, but there should be the Ghana we want. Let's know that the Ghana we want in 2030, for instance, we do not want to have any electrical, we should not have challenge with power supply after 2030. That should be a plan. So if this is the Ghana we want, New Patriotic Party, NPP, say to us that this is the Ghana we want, we agree. How do we execute it? NDC would say to us that this is the Ghana we want, but how do we go through?
That's when you become creative.
So you are free to be creative with the house. So the Constitution said that there should be compulsory senior high school education. The NDC says we want to do it progressively. The MPP says no, we want to do it now. And that is where it has gotten us to. So it is an issue that we should always consider. I think we should have a national development plan. And indeed, our NDPC already has done that. I don't know what you think.
Oh, yes. As I stated or indicated earlier, that should be it. That should, because I think it goes in line with what he was trying to put across, the vision bit. Because the development plan is the vision for the country. So when each government comes into power, there's that room to be creative to see how we can achieve point A, how we can achieve point B. So I believe it's very important we start looking at that. You know, he mentioned some other economies, more matured economies. Personally, I think we are not matured enough to get to that level. So we take it a step at a time, and then we get there.
So we have to be progressing steadily. But I think that we should have a concrete plan so that if we want to go to the moon in 2057, how are we going to get to the moon? These are the things that we have to look at. And how is always important. Well, you're watching the broadcast, the syndicated broadcast of the manifesto launch of the New Patriotic Party. And I've said already that the manifesto that won the NPP the elections in 2016 was titled An Agenda for Jobs. Subsequently in 2020, Ghanaians re-elected Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo in the MPP. And now Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is the torchbearer of the MPP. And he has his own ideas. He's already delivered them and called them bold solutions. But this document, we are told, is going to encapsulate that and other issues. So we are bringing you this live broadcast. My name is Umaru Sandamado. I'm doing this with Emrama of Connect FM and Globe, Media General. Inshirado of Asasi Broadcasting, and I am with City FM and Channel 1 Television. We have been joined by a former minister of State. When she was a minister, I was in secondary school. Madam Obochi Saikofi. She's chairperson of the Manifesto Committee of the NPP. Madam, you're welcome to our coverage.
Thank you very much.
How are you doing?
I'm doing very well, thank you. All things considered.
It's good. I was just betraying my age there by saying that when you were...
No, you've betrayed it completely.
I know.
And you haven't changed that much.
Oh my, I have. But just that you can't see the changes.
How is today coming? Talk to us about today, how important today is.
Well, today is very important because the whole focus is on convincing the people of Ghana that you have something very good to offer them, and making them understand that if they give you this chance you're asking for, this so-called third chance, when we talk about breaking the eight, it's breaking a cycle of incumbency, because normally after 8 years there's a general feeling that another side may need to come in. At this time we are trying to convince our people that we have done things, projects, we've got ideas, solutions that have taken us to a certain point, and that we need their mandates to take us further and to try and complete the jobs that we've done. It makes this a pivotal manifesto launch, and it's been a lot of work for the manifesto committee, trying to get all the ideas neatly put down, understandable, costed, so that everybody can understand that these can be done, these are feasible, and now to launch it.
I see. Before you came in, we're having our own mini debate about the importance of manifestos, whether we should have a manifesto or we should have a national development plan and say to the parties that this is the national development plan. Tell us how you're going to execute it. For instance, in Free Senior High School, the Constitution says FQ is compulsory. The procedure has been gone through. Then it comes to senior high school, it should be free. What is the path? The NPP said we are going to do it now in 2016. The NDC argued that no, we want to do it in a progressive manner. Should that be the approach we should have, or you think that parties should have their independent manifesto and they must be held to it?
A hybrid solution. I believe there are some ideas that are individual to one party or the others. And for example, when you look at it, the NPP, we have a lot of projects and programs for the vulnerable, for the poor, that we focus on. That is our direction. But we need to find a way to have a national dialogue, to have the national planning development plan for everybody, that both parties, 3 parties, 4 parties can all sign on onto certain urgent and pivotal things that are so important for the nation that we can't afford to have them looked at in a partisan way. Parliament, and that can be done by having a few things in your manifesto that have to be addressed by the NDC.
Okay, but should we make manifestos a contract whose breach could be, if you cannot take a party to court, but should we make it law and say that a manifesto is law and is not just a promise that if you don't fulfill, nothing should happen? What's your thinking?
The law that governs the contract between the manifesto and the people is a very strong law. It may not be a law in legal terms, but it's something that governs, and it says if you don't do it, I have the right to kick you out. And I think that's one of the strongest forms of punishment that you can have.
I see. Rama, come in.
Right.
and manifesto bits. You were talking about a hybrid, and also the fact that all political parties should sign up to it. Don't you think that what we have in place now should be enough for us to move with? Because it's like it's a national thing.
It should be, but it's not. If it was, we wouldn't even be having this conversation. So there's something missing. So we have to find that missing link and make sure that it becomes something that we can implement and that we can make sure everybody signs onto it and stays with it, commits to it. If it's a question of having a consensus building around what it stands for, we should be doing that.
Right.
Let's continue and talk about today's program now. So talk to us. I know that you've yet to outdoor the manifesto, but give us an inkling. So 2016, the focus was jobs. 2012, the election was about corruption. 2016, it was about free SHS. 2020, COVID played a role, but it was supposed to be chapter 2 of Akufo-Addo. What is the next chapter going to look like, and how different is a Bawumia government going to be from his boss's government? So that how do you capture that in your manifesto?
Well, I must admit I wasn't part of the writing team of the manifesto, but if I'm allowed to contribute my own thoughts, this election and this manifesto can only be about two things: the economy and jobs. It has to be focused on the young people of Ghana and how we can give them a better country to grow up into. The economy has been crushed, if you like, by circumstances, most of which are outside our control. And we are now rebounding, but you're stuck with not only rebounding, but you have to build and you have to grow. You have to give these young people hope for a better future and a brighter tomorrow, and let them understand that this is not the end. That yes, things are not as good as they should be right now, but they can get better. So this manifesto must be about rebounding, rebuilding, and hope for the future, jobs, jobs, and more jobs.
You've talked about the economic crashing. The question would be, now who caused them? It is your government that is in office. So if you were coming from an opposition side, it would be easy to make this argument and say, oh, the economy is crashing, we are here to fix it. But if you are superintending over the economy and it crashes, why should we trust you that you are the guys who would still fix what you supervise to go bad?
I think it will be interesting to see how the election plays out, because I feel that a lot of people understand that the problems have been cumulative over several years and are not to be blamed on any one recent government, and that the real question now is who can fix it and who can help us as we go further. Not who to blame, but who can make it better, who can fix it, who can give us the solutions that we need right now, today, to face the challenges that we are seeing now. So without being able to answer your question with any data or anything, I believe it's going to be a very interesting election.
As a leader, I would say you're also a leader. Looking at the trajectory where the economy is going, of course, you've blamed the Russian-Ukraine law, among other things. Looking at our current debt burden and all the challenges, are you not intimidated about taking on another 4 years?
Not at all. I think it's a good time to take on the government. I think the rebound is significant. The numbers are looking good. I think the projects that have been started are transformational. And I think it's a great time to win an election and come into power. I pray that the people of Ghana give us that chance.
I see.
Thank you so much for having me.
Who are the key
I do have to go.
Yes,
you know, I have a role.
Who are the key people who will be speaking today?
Oh, the usual people.
Okay.
We're going
Is
to
your former boss, John Kufuor, going to be here, or he's going to give an address?
Unfortunately, he couldn't be here, but he has an address.
Very well, very well. Thank you.
Look forward to that. It was a very interesting interview.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
Thank you. That's Madam Obochisa Kofi. She was minister in the Kufuor government. She is currently the chairperson of the Manifesto Committee of the New Patriotic Party. She is the one who has just come to give us a general outlay and outline of what the manifesto is going to look like. The manifesto that would be brought in a bit, which is going to be outdoored for the people to look at and consider whether or not it's a manifesto that they're going to buy in. Manifestos are crucial. They have been used for political reasons, and some have said that they are even contracts with the people, which contract you can only test at the elections. And we are bringing you this broadcast at the time where the party is launching this manifesto in a secondary school. And I've already said that you cannot really underestimate the importance of senior high schools in this discourse, because Free Senior High School is a program that was promised by Nana Akufo-Addo, which program his government has delivered, albeit with all its own issues. But of course, they have been continuing with the campaign, and now they say that it's going to be the next chapter, and the next chapter is going to be led by Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the vice president, who is the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party into election 2024. He has already outdoored his running mate. He has outdoored bold solutions at the UPSA. We brought you that particular broadcast, and today he's coming to outdoor his manifesto, or the party's manifesto. And a number of people worked on that particular piece of document known as a manifesto. We'll be trying to bring into the studio every now and then some of the people who have played various roles in the drafting of this particular document, and we'll be trying to understand what the content would be even before the outdooring is done. And party members, I must say, have converged on the grounds here. The auditorium is where the event is happening, where we are bringing this broadcast from. But outside the auditorium, there are the usual party faithful who are happily blowing away their vuvuzelas, showcasing their paraphernalia. Outside on the street, people selling the paraphernalia of the Elephant Party, the New Patriotic Party. And if you look at a drone or an aerial shot of what is happening here, you would say that it's a sea of red, blue, and white, which is the colors of the New Patriotic Party, with the elephant, of course, in the mix in there somewhere. Various ministers of state, I have seen them arriving here to take part in this particular event. Members of parliament, critically important for the party, are here. Parliamentary candidates who have been elected are here. Organizers of this event are here. The President of the Republic would be joining us in a jiffy. The Vice President, who is the flag bearer, will be coming alongside his running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, known as Napo, on the palace and the streets of Mensha, and in fact, generally on the streets of Ghana. Will be hearing from him. Their spouses would also be in attendance. John Ejekum Kufuor, the former president of the land, we're told will not be physically present, but will be giving an address virtually to the delegates or the team that will be converging here. So that is a general picture of what we are looking at. But the content of the manifesto is what we should be looking out for. I'm here with, like I said, Inshra of Asasi Radio, a Rama of Media General. And my name is Umaru Sandamadu, and I'm with Channel 1 Television and CTFM, broadcasting to the nation on multiple television platforms and also on a number of social media platforms. Let me just let you know which platforms are bringing you this broadcast. In case you are not having a television set with you, then you must have been watching this live on Facebook. And for Facebook, these are the platforms that are bringing you the broadcast. Ghana Web is carrying this live broadcast, so you can watch the broadcast live on Ghana Web. We are on Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's Facebook page. We are also on Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh's Facebook page. We are on a Facebook page known as the Bawumia Campaign. The Bawumia Campaign. We are on another official page known as the NPP official page. So every NPP official page that you have been following in the past will be bringing you this particular broadcast. And then we are also on Kofi TV. Kofi TV is also bringing you this particular broadcast. And of course, we are on many television stations, both on the digital platform, on the satellite platform. We are also on radio stations, both online and on air, bringing you multiple coverage of the events here. And we'll be here with you until that document is outdoored, until we see the acceptance of the document by the people in this auditorium. And the expectation and the question would be, would this document be accepted by the nation? Because it's a contract, the covenant that the party will be selling to the Ghanaian population. Let me come back to my colleagues. Rama, I don't know what you made of Madame Oboshisa Kofi Sapro. You ask her one or two questions. I don't know what you make of her answers, satisfactory. What do you think? And then I'll bring in Isha.
Right. You know, the bit that she was talking about, the need for a consensus, I'm not too before we move on, when obviously that document is there. So I'm not thinking about what she was saying. However, she mentioned two things that the NPP manifesto is likely to focus on jobs and economy. I'm excited about that because currently, when you look at the number of unemployed and you know security experts have raised it over and over again about the threats that this poses. I'm in the Western region, and you know the Western region, you have a lot of natural resources. We are not managing them like we say. Everybody goes in there, and at times it comes to even suicide because the person survives. It's very obvious that the jobs are not there. So how does a person survive? See, so if they are going to create jobs and we are going to see very, very pragmatic measures to ensure that this is done, then that is exciting.
In short, so we're engaging the Madam Oboshisa Kofi. She's chairperson of the committee. Of course, she will not give us details of what we should expect, but she says we should just watch out and see what happens. I don't know, what are your expectations moving forward? What do you think this government should be dealing with if it gets a mandate again, or this party?
Well, I mean, there are bread and butter issues that need to be dealt with, and at the end of the day, it all comes down to the people being able to have meaningful livelihoods that will help them get out of poverty. If you go back to the 2016 manifesto, the flagship policies in that manifesto included the one district, one factory. You had planting for food and jobs. You also had free senior high school. There was the national ID system, the restoration of teacher and nursing training allowances, one village, one dam, creation, job, and the health insurance revamp. Now, if you look back, most of these have seen a certain appreciable progress. The free SHS has been implemented. There had been a certain amount of jobs created in that period under review. Now you look further from there to the immediate past manifesto, which is what the government has used to run the administration of this country up until date, you'd realize that there was a need to consolidate the free SHS. And we've seen that happening. It's had its own challenges, but largely it has been on the money as far as the government's agenda and its vision for the people. Now, the industrialization drive has also seen quite a number of businesses coming on stream in the industrial sector, whether it's in manufacturing. We've seen the local car assembly sector growing in this period. Now, the digitization agenda has become more front row center of everything that's been happening. See digital improvements in the areas of governance. We've seen e-governance, the Ghana card becoming central.
Let me cut you.
Yes.
We're going to, so this is the live broadcast of the new Patriotic Party's manifesto launch, which is coming to you from the GSTS secondary school in Takra, the Ghana Secondary Technical School. And Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia's manifesto, even though it's a new Patriotic Party's manifesto, of course, but he is the flag bearer, so you can say that it's his manifesto having brought out the bold solutions. The director of communications of the Bawumia campaign is a former MCE and also someone who's been doing a lot of local government work. You know about Dennis Miracles Abuaji. He's come into our makeshift studio here. Dennis, you're welcome.
Thank you, Baru.
It must have been a very busy week for you.
Yeah, it's been tiring and exciting at the same time.
I know, but it's an election year. I'm sure you expect this.
Yeah. We'll sleep after swearing in.
Oh, so you're not sleeping? It's not like...
We'll sleep on the 8th of January.
Yeah. No, but if you sleep on 8th of January, it means you're sleeping on the job.
Oh, no. But once we are sleeping, you'll be there putting things in place for us.
How has the program been so far, though?
I think it's gone exactly how we want it. The people of Secondary Takra, they have really received us quite well. The euphoria in town is quite encouraging. I think we're actually achieving the objective of coming to the Western region to launch this manifesto. There's something you need to know. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was first introduced here at a manifesto launch here as a running mate. And so,
So 2008.
Yes.
Okay.
And so it's quite almost coincidental. Let me put it that way. That today he has to launch the manifesto for his own presidency in the Western region as well. But I think that we are quite well on course. We are going to launch a very progressive manifesto for the good people of Ghana.
Okay, I wanted to hear more on why you chose Takoradi, but you've
I won't
already
tell you.
you've already explained.
I won't tell you.
Oh, come on.
I won't tell you. Our opponents are watching. It's for strategic reasons. Strategic reasons.
The thing with Takoradi is that the secondary Takoradi metropolitan area, NDC has never won a seat. It's always been an MPP place, even though they are threatening to take.
Question to you would be that there's been a series of manifestos, and I had the chance of looking at the manifesto that was put out in 2008, 12, 16, and 20. Now, there's a common thread which evidently shows the party's ethos in the way the manifestos have been structured. We're just talking about how Free SHS was boasted in. We had one district, one factory, still continuing. Job creation has been great, but the key thing that we saw as a differentiator between 2016 and 2020 had to be the digitization drive, backed obviously by the National Identification System. Now, with all these things already in play, how different is Dr. Baumere's thinking likely to be going into the 2024 elections?
It's as if you were in the room with us when we were working on this manifesto. Precisely how you've narrated is exactly the thinking around this 2024 manifesto. So the MPP is always known to be very heavy on providing social safety nets for the people of Ghana. And we do that on purpose. We are very committed to that. We believe that as a developing nation, the levels and standards of development and growth for our people across the country isn't the same. And so over the years, what we've always sought to do is to make sure that we make room for every Ghanaian to have a certain level playing ground. So there are basic things that every human being needs to survive. Good health, shelter, education. Then you are sure that at least you have a little chance to make it in life. And so over the period, like I said, social safety net for economic development through LEAP and all the other things that we do. We've been heavy on providing social safety net in education. President Kofo made basic education actually free through the capitation. He even went ahead to provide food through the school feeding program. Because by the time we rolled the FQ out, it became quite obvious that some of our people were so poor that even after paying their fees for them, because of food, the children were unable to go to school. So he provided school feeding as well. We even got to a point where we realized that every year the number of mothers who were dying at the point of delivery were becoming so high, so we brought free maternal health care. And then if you recall, it was at that time when another group started preaching about free senior high school. And the whole idea was that if you looked at the numbers that came in at the basic level, at the time President Kufuor made basic education free, it was obvious that our people were poor and they needed help to go to school. And so Kufuor's time doubled. In fact, Kufuor tripled basic education enrollment. So the next Kufuor in 2008 said, listen, looking at these numbers, it's obvious what our people need is for us to just simply give them access to education by paying for them. So he started preaching about free. We didn't listen, actually, through no fault of ours. Then in 2017, when Nana Addo became president, he made senior high school education free. And the evidence is clear. The senior high school enrollment tripled. It's a fact. To the extent that today we have almost gender parity. The house helps and maids are serving as house helps. Nobody's daughter is now willing to go and be your house help after basic school. They all want to access senior high school education. And then he's gone ahead to make technical vocational part of being free. And technical education that used to admit about 40,000, 30,000 students is now admitting over 150,000. So really, there is evidence to show that the social safety nets that the Nana Addo Kufuor and the NPP government in all provide for the people is critical. You can for the lives of the people be thrown away. And that is why Dr. Mahmoud Babia is saying that, listen, 2024. To do is try to build that base and shore it up. And so today we have over 300 factories that we are putting up. A lot of them coming up. Normalize economy where people sit at their homes, even in villages, to order for things on they are. What jobs and businesses. So to ensure that
It's going to be a next chapter where you're going to talk about jobs. In what sense when you talk about jobs? Because you've promised jobs since 2016. How different? You've introduced NAPCO in the
developing nations that in to the point that you have some individuals in India and even in the US who are doing 2 jobs. They have their computers in front of them, here, and they are doing. That's what we are driving at. Now, don't forget that we've been working on the minerals aspect. GIDEC, GISDEC, Ghana Aluminium Integrated Development Company, the Ghana that are ready to take off. That space. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has said that, listen, we have Galamsey becoming a menace, and we have to find a new strategy in dealing with it. These people live in mining areas. This is what they see. For some, digging to plant yam mine, what do we do? Tried all manner of strategies since the 90s to be able to control it. It hasn't worked. Why don't we re-engineer it? And so he's proposing a completely reformed strategy towards small-scale mining. And that is going to create millions of jobs because we formalize it, create the proper bucket, and everybody will be part of. So he's spoken of the Minerals Development Bank. He will talk about it. What the Minerals Development Bank is basically seeking to do is to provide that financial backbone for the Ghanaian concessionaire. So you have your land, you own it, don't go and look for a foreigner to come and take 80-90% away. There is a bank that is going to finance you. He's going to reform the registration and licensing regime to make sure that it becomes easy for you to be part of it. Now, if you are part of it and you are being guided and regulated, you are most likely to avoid going to the river banks and river bodies to go and mine. Because you see, it's cheaper for them to mine in the rivers. And that's why they want to go there. But if the financial muscle is created for them to now be part of the real mining, the proper mining, then they will think the edge to and bringing out good. You realize is going to give in this manifesto a clear-cut strategy towards promoting SMEs. And you will hear country, 80% are working for this country, 90% are about that as well. So he's outlining specifically in this manifesto areas where these jobs are going to be created. Umaru, it's an aspiration, it's an ambition, but it's very integrated. Once he does all of these things, he's protecting all the social safety net, the education social safety net, the health social safety net, to make sure that every Ghanaian everywhere wakes up in the morning and lives. Spending the state resources to pay for every Ghanaian everywhere. If you are rich and you have so much money and you still believe that your child can be part of the public education sector, don't worry, use that money for other things for your children. The government, your people, your state will pay for your child's education. Thank you.
Of the Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia campaign, just sharing with us his own perspective to the launch. And sure, I know you had more questions for him, but he has to also go and play another role in the hall. Yeah, so maybe you can raise those ones. I mean,
quite a number of issues that need to be I mean, examples shared. The example. Now, India
decided that at a certain point in their history, they were going to be a powerhouse when it comes to ICT. They did the same for the pharmaceutical industry as well. Now, what I would love to see is a clear path to how some of the ideas that are contained in the manifesto will be achieved. One of the things that we look back at is, okay, free SHS was a great idea. Now, others today will argue that a great idea, but at what cost? So grand ideas are welcome, because where we find ourselves, we're going to need to be very creative and bold. But in being bold, you also have to be careful that in prioritizing, you don't create a situation which is unsustainable. And so the efficiencies we need in public service, the efficiencies we need in the size of the executive, the resources required to fund infrastructure, to create jobs, to educate young people, these are things that we're going to need to be able to say, okay, well, this is how much we've got. This is what we're going to do. And this is how we're going to go about it. And I would hope that as you listed before the break, when we had Madame Obochisa-Akufi join us, you listed a number of things, for example, that we should agree on where we want to be. Now, those are what you will call in strategy your tactics. That's your, your actions out of a grand plan. So the grand plan should be that we want every Ghanaian child that will go through the free SHS to come out with a certain level of skill. At the end of the day, when we're making a decision on which party is best articulating what they can do for us, number one. Number two, that they have proven a track record that they'll be able to achieve it based on what they've done in the past. So manifestos for me will be always here, but it should be something that draws out of a national agenda to say that we do not want more than 5% unemployment, which means you look at your stock of how many children are going through free basic education, which is stretched all the way to secondary school. When they're done with that, what are the pathways to higher learning? And when you're putting these people into higher learning, are you structuring your intake in such a way that 4 years down the line, you have graduates who are going into spaces within the economy to maximize productivity in there and make sure that you have a competitive advantage over your peers on a global scale. So for me, a grand plan is necessary, but I do not think that a plan as detailed as the Kwame Nkrumah plan is what we need today, because the world is changing rapidly. Again, you could have done that and said, okay, this is how we're going to go by hook or crook. Everybody should be whipped into line, all political parties. Then you had COVID hit, right? Now you look back at our history as humanity, we have had at least one major cataclysmic event affecting the world going back to the plague of the 1800s. You come into, you had the global financial meltdown in the 2000s, you had your Gulf War 1 and 2. All of these things, geopolitics, and therefore had effects on economies such as Ghana's own. So you've got to
our financial situation now as a country, I am wondering where it will reach if we continue, because the there's no denying the fact that the free SHS as it is now is going through challenges. Private schools, of course, it's benefiting accommodate the numbers. What about the content that we are putting into the situation?
But they say that they don't care what you are saying. They say that every child must be educated. It is better for your child to have education under a dilapidated structure. It's better for your child to have the education without better for
in a very short space of time. As you've got to have to bite the bullet at some point. And as Miracles mentioned, you are going to have to continue to review as you go because everything is changing rapidly. Today, there are courses on how to use generative artificial intelligence. Now, how do we incorporate that into our education? Yes.
Now, the reason I want to go, you and I came from Accra to meet Irama here. We both came by air. I would have loved to come by road, but it's not a dual carriage highway, so I'm afraid that there will be head of pollution that will kill me. I would have loved to go by the sea and a water taxi where I board at Jamestown, and before I realize I'm at Esikado or I'm here in Sekendi by the port and get off. Yes, I would have loved that, but unfortunately we had to come by air. Now again, issues with air. Should we build airports everywhere? There's one in Ho. Do we need it? So there's a member of the transport subcommittee of the Manifesto committee of the New Patriotic Party, Laura Tumosa Saka. She's joined us in our studio. So I wanted her to, why are you looking at me like what I'm saying? Is it not true? Where's your hometown? Where's your village? Where's your hometown? Mpa, where is that? Central Gonja. Imagine if you had a working train system that will bring you from Yipala all the way to Accra. Would that not be beautiful? What's your communication, what's your transport plan in this manifesto? Share with us.
To give the plan basically, I need to wait for the flag bearer to outdoor the manifesto before we could go into details because that's its document and we will all have to support to go. It was on his request that we came together to sit down as committees to put together ideas. And those ideas were not just conjured. We spoke to the stakeholders. So for the transport committee, we spoke to those in aviation, those in road transport, as both, and let me just
fix it in your region, in your.
Have you seen Fufu Sisola Road lately? Have you been to? Have you used that stretch lately?
Yes, I use all the.
Have you used that stretch lately?
Yes, I use it.
Have you used Larbanga to Sola lately?
It's a bit
How was it? No, Umaro. You're not being accurate. It's not a matter of being problematic. No. It's a disaster.
At least it's way better than what it was.
It's nothing better. Look, let me tell you. I told you I'm from Central Gonja, right?
Yes.
So
I'm talking about
we have the Gonja Law and Youth Association. I started attending congresses from the 90s. Anytime you're traveling from, I happen to have my mom come from Bole. So anytime you're going to Damango, you're going to any part of Savannah, we have to pass by Bole and see my grandfather when he was alive. Look, there's no way you use the strongest of roads from Bole through Sola to Larbanga and come back to Tamale the same. I mean, it was fixed all right, but fixing it and it's spoiling after so many years in a short period of time, is that what we want? But at least there was Eastern Corridor started by who? Professor Mills, right? The flag bearer of the NDC took it for 6. And even if we want to be petty, that's their stronghold. It should have been a priority. But hey, but not to be, I mean, today we are talking about our manifesto, so there's no need going on that tangent. But at least I like the fact that you had made that there's some improvement on the right. I remember there was this time I went to Pandai Polyclinic, and the matron was like, oh, if you pass here, you call us to come and tell you, help you swim out. That is where we've come from as a people. Yes. Yes, please.
Road projects have been halted because of issues with the Sino-Hydro contract.
I mean, there are some even in Takrade.
The PTC interchange, our first interchange that we were excitedly looking forward to. What happens next? Right now, they're all hanging. What is the next?
No, but if you taking note, since we went through with the bilateral agreements and all that, some of the cancellations and some of the debt forgiveness that was given, work have started steadily. So if you had come to Takoradi probably 2 or 3 weeks ago, you'd have realized that everything was at a halt. But things are picking up. So you don't expect it to just happen. It's not magic. Gradually, we're getting there. Yes, please. Which one? Which interchange? Yes.
On by progressing.
I mean, if you followed what the Minister of Finance said after he came back from the meeting all these things are going to pick up gradually. We still have a few loose ends to it, but the good thing is that there's hope that every road that has been started, it may not be necessarily before elections, because we are not into just doing whitewashing things and just presenting it for votes. We are interested in the development of this country. So it's not necessarily going to finish before 7 January, but they'll all pick up.
Do you have the necessary
All those
funding?
things were tied to loans and other bilateral agreements. So definitely there's funding. There are a lot of projects around the country that were tied to a lot of these things. But gradually they are picking up. It will take a bit of time. We agree that it's a bit challenging. People want to see development in their areas, but we also won't just do it for the sake of it. We need to do it and do it well.
Right. There's this road at Mpoho. Let me ask this when the question comes to you. You know, no, but she is with the
transport.
I'm sure you are aware.
She's working with the next chapter, not now. So you. No, I know the.
But you see, that is where we come to. When you reduce, Omaro, when you reduce transport to just road infrastructure, then we miss it.
In the Western region, we need the roads.
No, of course. I used to be on the Tapa District Hospital project.
So you know how important
it was worse than this. So at least there's hope. Let's just push it.
I mean, you're right that transport is beyond roads. Yes. Of course, there's Sanders' opening remarks talked about the joy would have been if we could have come by water taxi. What are the key markers that will be different in the manifesto? Or if you look back at what we've had so far, what do you think would be key things that you would have to do differently?
One of the key things that Dr. Bamwa even highlighted on the 7th of February when he put out a 70-point agenda, more like what we herald in the manifesto. That's what we term the bold solutions. One of the things that stood out was electric vehicles. And we're even going to start it with transport companies, because at the end of the day, one of the things that really drives the cost of transport is fuel. So if we're going to go into electric, at least it cuts down the commercial aspects of it. And also there are some concessions that will be given to those who import electric vehicles or other forms of vehicles to also help reduce those things, emissions and all that. Don't also forget, apart from all these things, we have all these climate change conversations going on. Today, when you go to certain parts of the UK, for instance, there are emission zones that have been demarcated. I mean, I was even asking one of my sisters, I was like, it looks like lately the cars around London are a bit bigger than they used to be. And her answer was, we are moving from more energy efficient and more climate friendly vehicles. So that is where the world is moving to. We talk about transportation, we talk about aviation, we talk about a lot of these things, but it all has an impact on it. So you just can't put them in isolation. It's a whole thing. And by the time Dr. Bamia is done outlining what we are going to do in our manifesto, I believe that every Ghanaian will know that we are moving from here. We talk about the fourth industrial revolution. You even have other places that they've demarcated the fifth industrial revolution. That's what we are talking about. It's the future, not the past. It's digitalization, not analog things. Look, I was just looking at the airport we have now. Fantastic, Terminal 3. But look at the traffic there. But imagine if a concourse is built between Terminal 2 and Terminal 3. We'll be the West African hub because we are the destination of choice. We have a fantastic country. But you need to have the kind of leadership that understands the trend in the world, that understands and believes in the future, that understands what the youth can do, how to build the youth, how to give the growth mindset. Because we can talk about a lot of all these things, we can talk about our points in infrastructure, but if you don't have the growth mindset, if you don't have the leader who understands, who has the knowledge to implement these things, I'm sorry, we'll just be talking to ourselves.
The transport subcommittee is one of many subcommittees,
yes.
And I would like to get your thoughts on what kind of work was done with, for example, education subcommittee to ensure that the solutions to our transportation would be added to what we're doing with education. An example from, I think, Uganda or somewhere in East Africa comes to mind, where a university has developed an electric bus which would inure to the benefit of that nation, because they're looking to start using that in their own version of the bus rapid transit system. Now, movement of people is critical within the country. How are you linking the vision for an improved transportation delivery for Ghana to how we're running our education?
So we talk a lot about having industries, building, producing things that we consume and all that, because one of the things that is affecting it is our import culture. So you can definitely do it without assuming. If you look at our education structure, it's more humanities than science, technical education, and mathematics and engineering. But when you look at the focus that the Ministry of Education has on STEM, we've already started with about 10 STEM schools. About 6 of them are running now. The last opening for the senior high school, there are a couple of them that took students in. And one of the fundamental things is technical and vocational education. And how else can you do it? TVET is now free. You should see their labs. I think you should take a visit there if you haven't. State-of-the-art infrastructure, because you can't expect people to be building modern machinery when you are giving them samples that are in the past. So it's been well equipped, and that is where we are looking at it. We have to move from the 60-40 humanities science to 60 or even more, because that's the fundamental thing. So it's a whole thing. You have different sectors, but it all comes together as a whole thinking and a whole document, so we can have it. Definitely. Thank you, Mara.
Joining us here, she is a member of the subcommittee on transport for the New Patriotic Party's Manifesto, which is going to be outdoors in a jiffy. Let me just back announce that the running mate to Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, that's Dr. Matthew Poku Prempeh, the MP for Mensha South, has arrived here in the auditorium. The Vice President himself, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, has just come to the event now. He also arrived and ready for today's event. We're still expecting the President, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, to arrive, and then the program would essentially commence. But it's been a series of activities happening here so far, and the key issue is that we are looking forward to the manifesto launch, the outdooring of that document that the New Patriotic Party is hoping to sell to Ghanaians, which document would, if the party succeeds, be the document that it will be implementing in the next 2025 election, 2025 government onward. That is the plan, that is the manifesto. Irama is here with me, Inshado is here with me, he's with Asasi Broadcasting, I'm with Channel 1 TV and CTFM, but we're also broadcasting to multiple bringing you this broadcast and online and digital platforms. Let me come back in studio. We have been joined by the youth president or the youth commander of the New Patriotic Party, Salam Mustafa. 2 days ago we saw a video of him very charged and angry, and he appears to have, you are calling for war, Salam. You look like a gentleman. I've interviewed you before you became a general secretary, and you become general secretary, and you are saying that you're not going to sacrifice peace for victory by the NDC. What was that about? It sounded too unlike you. What's happening?
I'm a gentleman.
Say that again.
Every single day I'm a gentleman. Always a gentleman.
So what happened? What were you doing?
So if you listen to me, I was quite clear in what I said. And you know me well. I choose my words quite carefully. I did not make a declaration of war. So I was quite clear in what I said, that, and I started by saying that it's a response, because in the course of the week we heard the NDC national chairman say that they will not append to the peace pact that we usually, submit to in the course of the election process, that they would not, citing a lot of flimsy excuses. Then at their launch of the Youth Manifesto as well, I heard them saying, oh, they will not be victims of peace, and that when you draw dagger, they will draw dagger, and so on and so forth. One thing I know very well is elections. Umaru, I know elections very, very, very well, and the psychological aspect of elections is as important as the election itself. So if you begin to prep up your supporters in a way that I think that it should be nipped, I will do it. My communication was very simple. If you people tell us that you would not be victims of peace, I'll also tell you that we would not submit on the altar of peace. The same principle, two sides of a coin. It is up to us to now put the ball on the ground and play, for fairness sake. No. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying that at all.
Do you think your words came out wrongly, or you stand with those words as they were uttered? So you stand by those words?
In my thought, and I repeat and I stand by it. We will not.
This is an opportunity. You don't want to clarify.
There's nothing to clarify. What I said is that we will not be cowed into defeat. We will not be pushed into defeat. We will not be forced into defeat. I tell you what, if the Ghanaian people express their sovereign will, we will respect it. I've made a lot of analogy in the 2008 situation where Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo had 49.7%, less 23,000 votes to cross the 50+1. We accepted and went into a runoff. That is the DNA of the New Patriotic Party. So we will respect the sovereign will of the Ghanaian people. What we will not accept, what Umaru, I tell you, there's no single day I will take is when another man wants to tell me your balls are bigger than mine. I tell you, there's no such
of the party, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the national chairman of the party, the chairman of the Council of Elders, Honorable Hakman Owusu Ajimai, accompanying His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia to this all-important event.
And I did this with?
Please clear up the front. Please clear up the front. Eric, please clear up the front. His Excellency is going to take a wave at the crowd. His Excellency. This is the couple, our president, our first lady in 2025, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, and his beautiful wife, Madam Samira Bawumia. Thank you very much. God richly bless you, and God bless the LPP. Thank you very much. Please. His Excellency will take his seat. The General Secretary, the running mates, the National Chairman, our Chief of Staff. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Wow. Thank you very much. The leader of the party, the leader of our party, our candidate for the 2024 general elections, is seated. We are waiting the arrival of His Excellency, the President of the Republic, the Commander-in-Chief, President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo will join us in a few minutes. Right after that, this event will begin. We are live on all major networks in the country. We are live on all major handles in the country. We are live across the globe. We are live across the earth. Today is the MPP's day. It is a policy weekend, and we welcome you all from wherever you have come from across the 16 regions of our country. Thank you very much. As we await His Excellency, the President of the Republic, all movements in this hall will cease once His Excellency arrives here.
Yes, sir.
I'm not going to. very much. Please be seated. His Excellency, the President of the Republic, led by the Regional Minister for the Western Region, His Excellency Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. His Excellency Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, is arrived. His Excellency is arrived. He's exchanging pleasantries. Kennedy Akumpra, Japan. Honorable Joe Gate, Honorable Mark Meno, Dr. Akoto Friye, exchanging pleasantries with His Excellency the President of the Republic. Yes, His Excellency exchanging pleasantries with Engineer Kwabna Ajepong. His Excellency exchanging pleasantries with Adenimo and Mr. Kojo Nsafu, Kojo Poku Nsafwa. Thank you very much, His Excellency the President of the Republic, as he takes time to exchange pleasantries with the Ashanti Regional Chairman of the party, Chairman Wuntumi, yes, Chairman Masawood, in a hearty conversation with the President. That's right, His Excellency the President in the House. Chairman Blay, Madam Kate Jemfua, Honorable Aziz Futa, all in a hearty exchange of pleasantries with His Excellency the President of the Republic. Yes, President and Chairman Sabonsu, President and Chairman of the Western Region in Dedesia, the Chairman of the Council of Elders, Hakman Owusu Ajimai, the President and the leader of the parliamentary wing, Afenyo Marking, the General Secretary, the President and the running mates, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, His Excellency in a hearty conversation with Madam Samira Baumia, the Second Lady and the wife of the leader of the party. His Excellency exchanging pleasantries with Dr. Mahmoud Baumia. And once His Excellency takes his seat, we will take the national anthem, and all media houses, we will take the national anthem before the President takes his seat. Please, the national anthem. We will take the national anthem of the new patriotic party at this point. Eshi rado. Eshi rado. Thank you very much. Thank you. DJ, thank you very much. We have one to save Ghana. Thank you very much, DJ. At this point, we would hand over to the program director, Mr. Miracles Abuaje, and the Deputy General Secretary of the party, Dr. Tibu Dako. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Kawo. Good afternoon, Western region. Good afternoon, Ghana. Good afternoon to the old, the young, the woman, and the man in every corner of this country. To the Gen Zs, we say good afternoon to all of you. You are very much welcome to the launch of the 2024 Manifesto of the new Patriotic Party. Selfless leadership, bold solutions for jobs and businesses. And this afternoon, you should expect to see yourself in the future that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and the new Patriotic Party is seeking to build for us. For the mason, for the carpenter, for the laborer, for the barber and the caterer, the teacher, the lawyer, the doctor, wherever you find yourself, whoever you are, the new Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia has a plan for your future. My name is Dennis Miracles Abuaje, and I am the Gen Z president.
Good afternoon. I am Antoinette Ajua Fijina Tibudako. I'm the proud Deputy General Secretary of the new Patriotic Party, and I'm also the Deputy Campaign Manager for the 2024 election. And believe me, everyone, it is possible. We are doing it together. We would all recap that 16 years ago in 2008, His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia was introduced to us and to the whole of Ghana in Takoradi at the MPP Manifesto launch. Fast forward, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, today he is the leader of our great party. He is the flag bearer leading the party to victory in the presidential election in 2024. He is a proven leader, undoubtedly. He is a man of many people, a man of destiny, and he is a unifier. I won't make too much noise. This afternoon, we are going to hear it all from him as he speaks to us boldly about the plans he has for Ghana's future. But before him, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let us always remember that before him came a strong and amazing president, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. He is here with us, and also with us is the leadership of our great party. But before we continue with the introduction of our dignitaries, I respectfully ask you, please let's be quiet, put ourselves in a somber mood, and let's have a medley of prayer. We are inviting respective people from all faiths, and they would all pray with us together. So may I now kindly invite a traditionalist, Eja Enekum, the Takoradi Osahini Ketechie III, who would give us a traditional prayer. I would also invite Apostle Dr. Rockefeller Owusu Safo and Reverend Timothy Kumson, and also the regional chief imam, Imam Zuklifu Abdul Wahid, and together they'll give us a medley of prayer. Thank you. So he'll go first. Yes, you wait for him.
Ego. Tobe. Kuku. Ndamasi. Mejema wadi. Ye da masase fua. Te bi anje na so. Ah ma wadi an ko pontu fu ya mi. Wadi e chon si amonsa. E chon se mi asibe ke shira me. Me se bi se mama. Wadi shermam. Asase fonson. Asase fonsani. Asase fonsa. Asimiti say this in Sunday. MPP ebe. Yaye. Nsensani. Afi yaye. Nsa awdala. Ubusu sa joban. We MPP hono. Ananke ye. Nse MPP. Ahan yeko. Nsensani. Nana kufado. Anene nkalafo. Ewadi. Anto sibungu akmo. Mu wasbeli ye biara. Ime honye. Nsani. Asasi yamonsa. Yamon pasa. Asomedini efe. Asomedini efe. Yempet mina kembela. Aha. Perfect no funa. Okufa du wofa tamala. Ani kwabi, wofa tamala, ani wofura. Na nkwan nsani. Yamon si. Yamon pasa. Da asi. Tobe. Kukuru.
صلوا على النبي الكريم. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. آمن الرسول بما أنزل إليه من ربه والمؤمنون كل آمن بالله وملائكته وكتبه ورسله لا نفرق بين أحد من رسله وقالوا سمينا وأطعنا غفرانك ربنا وإليك المصير لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها لها ما كسبت وعليها ما اكتسبت ربنا لا تواهزنا إن نسينا وأطعنا ربنا ولا تحملنا ما لا طاقة لنا به واعف عنا واغفر لنا وارحمنا أنت مولانا فانصرنا على القوم الكافرين. بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. الحمد لله رب العالمين الرحمن الرحيم مالك يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين آمين.
Please, we are praying. Our Heavenly Father, we thank you. Father, we give you all the glory for this special occasion today. Father, we thank you for the life of our President, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa, and his Vice President, His Excellency Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia, now our party's flag bearer, who is going to be elected as coming president on the 7th December 2024. We also pray for his coming vice president, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe. Heavenly Father, we thank that this occasion will be an enormous occasion that will bring all the party members together, because together we stand, division we fall. Unity is our strength for this occasion. Father, we pray that whatever we are going to do here today will bring glory to you and the people here. We thank you that everything will come into mighty conclusion, so that at the end we will say, God, we bless your holy name. We pray for the traveling mercy for each and every one. If we finish this program, in Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Thank you very much to our religious leaders. We'll quickly move to acknowledge all of us here
and we are not going to leave anybody out. We have thousands of people out there, part of the program as much as those of us here in the auditorium are enjoying it. And so let me acknowledge the presence of all polling station executives of the New Patriotic Party. Are you here? Let me hear you. Are you here? All the polling station executives. That's right. All constituency executives. Are you here? Presence of the national chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Mr. Stephen Ayesu. Please put your hands together for the national chairman. And so we duly acknowledge the presence of all the national executive members, and we have the general secretary, Lawyer Justin Kodria, in our presence. Please put your hands together for Lawyer Justin Kodria. Let's acknowledge the leader of a majority group in Parliament, Honorable Afenyo Marcus, the MP for Efutu constituency. Please put your hands together for the leader of Parliament. And so we acknowledge the presence of all members of Parliament. We also acknowledge the presence of the Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana, Chief of Staff, Honorable Frema Opare. Please put your hands together for Honorable Frema Opare, the Chief of Staff of the Republic of Ghana. I can also see the Chairman of the Council of Elders of the New Patriotic Party, Honorable Hackman Owusu-Agyemang. Please put your hands together for Honorable Hackman Owusu-Agyemang. And so we acknowledge the presence of all the Council of Elders of the MPP here present with us. I also acknowledge the presence of the chairman of the Manifesto Committee, MP for the good people of Swami, Honorable Oseche Mensabo. So please put your hands together for Honorable, for the good work he's done with himself and the committee members. Ladies and gentlemen, the biggest acknowledgement goes to the teaming members, sympathizers of the MPP across the length and breadth of this country. The woman watching us from Pando, the elderly woman in Busa South, the little child who is waiting to see what the future holds for him, with Dr. Mahmoud Bamia as president, and watching us from the Western North region, the millions of people watching us this afternoon in Ghana and across the world. We thank you for staying with us, and we can assure you this afternoon is definitely going to be a great one and a memorable one indeed.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, in every territory, we will always have to pay due respect to the owners of the land. And as a great party and respecting our tradition, it is my honor to introduce to you the regional chairman of the New Patriotic Party in the Western region, Chairman Ndede Sia. Chairman, you are welcome. The chairman has been leading this party since 2015. His dynamic leadership has resulted in the strength of the New Patriotic Party in this region. Chairman, we would like you to share a few words with us. Thank you. We can do it better. A round of applause for the regional chairman, Chairman Ndede Sia.
Thank you, Madam MC. Kukurudu. Kukrudu. Are we here? Kukrudu. 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 Thank you very much. Your Excellency, the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, Vice President of the Republic of Ghana and the 2024 MPP flag bearer, Honorable Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, running mate to the MPP 2024 presidential candidate, Honorable Akosia Frema Osei Opare, Honorable Chief of Staff, Chairman Stephen Ayensu Ntim, National Chairman of the Great New Patriotic Party, Justin Kodia Frimpong, General Secretary of the MPP and National Executives, National Council of Elders, Honorable Ministers of State, Honorable Alexander Afenyo-Makin, Majority Leader in Parliament and Parliamentary Leadership, Honorable Members of Parliament, Honorable Osei Che Mensah Bonsu, Manifesto Committee Chair, and members of the Manifesto Committee and subcommittees, Honorable Oboishi Sai Kofi, Chairman of the Manifesto Launch Committee and committee members. I cannot conclude without mentioning my regional minister, Honorable Kobi Oche Dakum Mensah, regional and constituency officers, Nanamo Auraimo, members of the diplomatic corps, friends of the media, invited guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, all protocol duly observed. It is my pleasure and privilege to welcome you to the Western region for the launch of the MPP 2024 Manifesto. We thank the party leadership for choosing our region to host this auspicious event. Along with the people of Ghana, we are excited to witness this outdooring of the new patriotic manifesto, which will offer bold solutions to tackle the challenges we face as a country. It also provides innovative ways of helping Ghana achieve prosperity, productivity, and progress. Today is certainly a day that will go down in the history books as the day where the MPP laid the foundation of breaking the eight to secure a better future for Ghana and its people. Indeed, it is possible. Once again, I warmly welcome you to Western Region, and I hope you will enjoy the program. Thank you, MPP for
Selector. Kai gombela pasara munyani bijela. Oya padumo, wata parkura. Ana havelaji. Ebi ya bana masham. Yila de batakati yenye karenya yigila tie kalala. Yala achere kai kasonya kan ronyale awobora konongo. Ana havelaji.
It's the Paruta, go in the area, go mama. Can't Johnny Wapa, area, go mama. Bicycle, or a tea, nice. That's why I found you, that's why I found you. I'm a call and get down, baby. Let me go, I'll drop my baby. I'm a call and get down, baby. Let me go, I'll drop my baby. I'll drop my baby. It's the Paruta, go in mama, area, go mama. Can't Johnny Wapa, area. It's the Paruta, go in mama, area, go mama. Can't Johnny Wapa, area, go mama. Bicycle, or a tea, nice. That's why I found you, that's why I found you. I'm a call and get down, baby. Let me go, I'll drop my baby. I'm a call and get down, baby. Let me go, I'll drop my baby. I'll drop my baby.
they believe that Dr. Bawumia is not consistent with his vision, they should stand up for a debate. It is only through a debate that they can expose Dr. Bawumia. If they run away from a debate, then they are the liars and the inconsistent leaders in the country. And Dr. Tiopoku Prempeh free SHS was not possible. Today, she says she's a literature professor. Dr. Tiopoku Prempeh and we are working tirelessly to address these challenges. The solution is not to turn back the clock. These gentlemen and women are the same old people who could not transform this country. Is it the Atu Forsen? Is it the Setekwe? Is it Asedun Katia? Or the one who is leading them? Told me, in the fullness of time, all things align. Have faith in the future government of Bawumia Tiopoku Prempeh. His Excellency the President is only one person. It is possible through his leadership he may have done something to hurt you, but equally many of us have had we've worked so hard, we have succeeded thus far. But we have some few months ahead of us. I want to encourage you to please make yourself available to support the cause of government. Let's finish hard. Let's finish hard. There's a prize awaiting us. And to all parliamentary candidates, let me plead with you. Enough of the reconciliation. Move on. Fight hard. Campaign day and night. Go to every household. Go to every household. We don't have time to settle disputes. Fight for this party the way you fight to save a sister. Fight for this party the way you fight to save a mother. Fight for this party. We need our numbers in parliament. In 2020 elections in Central Region, our president won 19 seats in Central Region, but just 10 seats in parliament. That is why we are having challenges. We don't want that again under Bawumia government. Let's get our numbers and win together. For we have done better in every aspect of the economy than any government in the Fourth Republic. God bless you. God bless us all. God bless our homeland Ghana and the New Patriotic Party. Thank you so much indeed.
Thank you, thank you, thank you.
Everybody lift your handkerchief! Wave your handkerchief! Wave your handkerchief! This is the New Patriotic Party, the biggest political party in Africa. Be happy, be fired up, be ready. We are winning these elections. We are winning these elections. We are winning these elections. And we are winning it based on the records and the performance of this political party called the New Patriotic Party. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thank you, leader. Radu. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Thank you, leader, for the very inspiring message. Please save the energy for the door-to-door and the house-to-house. It starts tonight. So let's save some of the energy. Thank you very much.
Dr. Nana Abdudankwa Akufo-Addo, the first gentleman of the land, Your Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the second gentleman of the land, the Chief of Staff, members of Parliament, distinguished personalities here gathered, ladies and gentlemen, it is of great joy that today we see a lot of people coming to our school. In fact, we of the GSCS community are so much privileged to host you here. In the Akan adage you say, Radio 24 Bono Hono Hiano, Nabusumeni Yakon Prensa. To it, where it is of most importance is where the Smith hit hard. And we visit the deity 3 times to show how important it is. This is the 3rd time the president is being hosted by GSTS. And we are most grateful for that because it shows how the president takes GSTS for. We are not privileged also to say that this building, the auditorium where the program is being hosted, was given to us by His Excellency Nana Abdudankwa Akufo-Addo. And today, last year, October, he was here for the Ghana Teacher Prize. And today, he is also here for the launch of the MPP Manifesto. On behalf of my management, on behalf of the Board of Governors, the teaching and the student body, and the whole GSTS community, including the alumni, we want to express our sincere gratitude for being here. Of all the schools and of all the places in the region, choosing GSTS to us is a privilege. On this note, I wish you a successful launch of your manifesto. May God bless you. Thank you. Yes, sir.
The GSTS. So we continue our acknowledgement. At this juncture, please let's put our hands together for all the traditional authorities here with us. Please put your hands together for our Nananum. We also acknowledge the presence of the hard-working Manifesto committee members for the lost sleep, for the hard work they did day and night to put this motherly, fatherly manifesto together. Please acknowledge the Manifesto committee members. We also have here in our presence the national campaign team members who have been touring the length and breadth of this country with our flag bearer, his running mates, and all the gallant soldiers of the MPP campaigning towards election 2024. Please put your hands together for the campaign team. All CEOs here, we see you. CEOs, please give us a wave. All CEOs here, thank you for coming. Ministers and deputy ministers, please put your hands together for our ministers and deputy ministers. All our parliamentary candidates who have been given your marching orders by the leader, please put your hands together for our parliamentary candidates. So yesterday, somebody sent me a WhatsApp. I was asleep, but they woke me up. The WhatsApp simply read, "Hey, miracles. Hajia Samira is a very, very dangerous campaigner. Very, very dangerous campaigner." Ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together for the second lady and the incoming first lady of the Republic of Ghana, Hajia Samira Bawumia. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Hajia, we appreciate you. We thank you. We see you. And we see all the good work you are doing for this party. The man of the moment. The man who is shaking the length and breadth of the NDC in every corner. They are afraid of him. It's obvious that the NDC are afraid of this man. Please, put your hands together for the running mates of the New Patriotic Party in the 2024 elections. Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempe! We thank you for the energy. We thank you for the inspiration. All we are saying is that don't stop. We are behind you. And we are all the way through this journey with you. Thank you. DJ. Today, whenever he stands behind the microphone to speak, the NDC are wondering what's next. Yesterday, he made a very bold statement, which all of us have taken serious notice of. And we are going to work with it day and night to ensure victory in this election. There always comes a time, a moment, where one leader emerges out of the lot. And like they always say, when God calls you, he gives you the grace. This man clearly has the grace of God. And everything seems to be falling in its right places. In the next few minutes, he will be presenting to us a manifesto prepared with love. But for now, ladies and gentlemen, join us to acknowledge the presence of the Vice President, the leader, and the flag bearer of the New Patriotic Party, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, the digital man, the wasted, the economic messiah, the man who is leading us to election 2024 and to the victory ahead of us. Your Excellency, we thank you, we appreciate you, and we acknowledge the leadership you are giving to us in times like this. We believe with you and leadership, we are going to break the edge. We are going to win a tight-term elections to move Ghana to the level we all aspire to see it. Thank you very much. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Kugrudu. 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 Talk of boldness. Talk of innovation. Talk of creativity. Talk of a leader who cares about his people in times of difficulty in spite of the challenges. The man who will go down in history as one that has made life easy, made dreams possible for millions of Ghanaians across this country. Ladies and gentlemen, the man who has set the pace of possibility, the man who has sent the wave of possibility, the man who has made it possible for every single member of this party to believe that it is possible for a political party to win a third-term elections. The man who has kept millions of young people seated behind their TV watching us this evening because he has given them the right to dream and to believe that everything is possible. The man who is known for bringing free SHS to Ghana. I introduce to you the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Thank you, DJ. Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, number 2. Thank you very much. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Please put your hands together again for the President of the Republic of Ghana. Please put your hands together for yourselves again. Thank you very much. Thank you, Your Excellency, the President. We appreciate you. We thank you for all the legacies you have put together for this country. You have made our party very, very proud. In spite of the difficulties and challenges, you have set strong examples for leaders that would come after you. And all of us in this room, we assure you, we will protect your legacy and will ensure that we build on this legacy for generations unborn. Please, let's welcome the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party. Put your hands together for lawyer Okumkom Jason Koduya, the Chief Executive of the New Patriotic Party. Please, make it louder for the youngest General Secretary we have in Ghana today. You're welcome, General.
Your Excellency, the President of our dear Republic, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Your Excellency, the Vice President, leader of our party, and our presidential candidate for the 2024 elections, permit me to stand on existing protocols. Today is a very important day in the annals of our party calendar. After successfully making history and proving doubters wrong by electing a northerner and a Muslim presidential candidate, we are again, as a political party, setting the pace by being the first to launch her manifesto for the 2024 election. I am not surprised at all, because even in exams, students who don't prepare always want the good one to start so they can copy them. So I will not be surprised that people will be copying our manifesto, because they are waiting for us, the good ones, to start. Your Excellencies, on my way to Takoradi yesterday, I made a stopover at Gomoa Central to do some party work. I met a young and beautiful lady called Afiba. She came to me when she was told that the General Secretary of the MPP was around. She gave me two messages. One to you, Mr. President, and the other one to our presidential candidate, Dr. Bawumia. To President Akufo-Addo, Afiba says thank you. If not for your free senior high school, she wouldn't have gotten the chance to have secondary education and to further proceed to study at the university. To our presidential candidate, Dr. Muhammadu Bawumia, Afiba says that she's completing university this year, and she wants to know how your manifesto, our manifesto, will create jobs for her and other youth who have benefited from free senior high school. Afiba, I know you are watching this manifesto, but trust me, Dr. Bawumia will answer your question. Ladies and gentlemen, I trust Dr. Bawumia, and I know that he will be a great president for us. A prominent man once told me that there are three kinds of leaders: an ordinary leader, an exceptional leader, and an incompetent leader. For an ordinary leader, is the one who accepts challenges but does not have solutions. For an incompetent leader, is the one who refuses to even admit challenges and takes delight in ridiculing the people with comments such as, "I'm not a magician to create jobs," such as, "You have so many phones, that's why you have unstable electricity," such as, "I've cancelled nursing and teacher training allowances, even if it will cost my presidency." However, an exceptional leader is one who accepts that there are challenges, but continue to provide solutions to these challenges, such as introducing digitization, medical home delivery, gold for oil, and many more. Certainly, Dr. Bawumia is an exceptional leader. As for the incompetent leader, your guess is as good as mine. As a Ghanaian, I'm concerned about who leads this country in the next 4 years. And I know all well-meaning Ghanaians are equally concerned and will therefore choose a leader who will account to them after his 4 years stewardship, as opposed to one who, after just 4 years, will exit office. With Dr. Bawumia, Ghanaians will have the chance to evaluate his administration after 4 years and decide whether renew his mandate or not. Therefore, Ghanaians can hold him accountable to his manifesto. Thank you. God bless our homeland Ghana, and God bless MPP. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Party.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I am proud that is my boss, the General Secretary of the New Patriotic Party. I am going to invite our next speaker, and I'll give you a hint. This amazing, I wouldn't say old, I wouldn't say young, but he is the epitome of one word in our party: perseverance. And for me, I think he has taught us not just by word, but by example. Let us welcome the chairman of the New Patriotic Party, Chairman Stephen Ayesu Intim.
Kukrudu, Kukrudu, and Kukrudu. Thank you. Your Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Ghana Armed Forces. Permit me to stand on existing protocols to deliver my message. Granted. It is with heartfelt honor and a sense of duty that I stand in your presence to witness this august occasion as we unveil the NPP's Manifesto for Election 2024, which will guide us, our party, and our nation as we build upon the party's achievements so far and take bold decisions towards a brighter and more prosperous Ghana ahead of us. As we look back on the pivotal moment of the 2016 elections, it becomes clear that our nation was at a crucial crossroads at the time you took over, characterized by major economic and social challenges, which were further exacerbated by issues of mismanagement, incompetence, and corruption by the previous administration. During that critical moment, the duo was given its responsibility to lead our cherished country, and they have proven themselves up to the task as a president and your vice president. After the past 8 years, under the visionary leadership of the president, Ghana has risen from the brink of despair. We are on the right path from where I sit towards economic prosperity and have embarked on far-reaching institutional reforms essential for good and accountable governance within a stable economic democratic society. Our achievements are many, including the successful implementation of the free SHS, STEM, and TVET schools, mobile money interoperability, this transformative One District, One Factory initiative, significant development through the Infrastructure for Poverty Reduction Programs, IPEP, the Agenda 111 hospital projects, among many others. However, as we all know, the journey has not been without any challenges. The coronavirus pandemic and the Russian-Ukrainian war tested our resilience as a nation. But under the competent leadership of Mr. President Nana Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Vice President Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, we navigated the turbulent times with determination and secured the health and safety of our people. So, as the President rightly put it, during the turbulent days, we know how to bring the economy back to life. What we do not know is how to bring people back to life. And I quote, "Whilst working tirelessly to restore the economy from the clutches of the pandemic," these were the words that the President used to console us, and he delivered rightly on that. And all indications show that we are on the right path. Thank you, Mr. President. Today, we are not sharing a vision that reflects the hopes, dreams, and aspirations of millions of Ghanaians, both home and abroad, as well as those yet unborn. This manifesto is a social contract between us and the people of Ghana to promise that we will embark on bold decisions, so we work tirelessly to build a society that is fair, inclusive, and forward-looking. As we approach another crucial election in December this year, Ghana needs a stable, firm, and competent leader to lead us through the challenging days ahead and years ahead. I'm proud to present Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and his running mate, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, with steady hands needed to steer the vehicle of state towards the next Bawumia administration. I humbly call on all Ghanaians, regardless of their backgrounds, to once again support the new Patriotic Party's flag bearer, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, and all our parliamentary candidates in the upcoming general elections. God bless Ghana, our homeland, and continue to make us great and strong. Let's close our ranks to ensure winning this election ahead of us. Thank you for the attention. Thank you very much.
I never asked to be born in 2006 to a mother who
surely get there, and we are surely going to get to our destination.
I never asked to be born in 2006 to a mother who believed in hope. But as fate would have it, here I am, having turned 18 and stepping into the world of decisions, convictions, and dreams. Registered to vote with a heart filled with gratitude. You see, my story begins with President Kufuor's era, where my mother found solace in the arms of free maternal care. It ensured I was born without struggle, without fear. Then came the era of President Akufo-Addo, the beginning of free SHS, guiding me through education, preparing me for the world outside. As I stand on the cusp of my final WASSCE exams, I can't help but be thankful for the opportunities bestowed upon me. This upcoming election is not just a choice between names and parties. It's about remembering our past, a testament to our present, and a promise for our future. And on this journey, I stand with MPP and Dr. Baumia. Together, we pave the way for a digitized Ghana, a land where opportunities flourish, where dreams find wings. This election isn't just about casting a vote, it's about shaping a destiny. And I, Fortune, am grateful to be a part of it.
Fellow party friends, sadly I am not able to be with you in Takoradi for this momentous occasion. It's such an occasion I shouldn't let pass without sending a message to you. When we present a manifesto, it should be a manifesto that addresses the entire nation. When we unite strongly behind Dr. Baumia, when the nation sees it, we shouldn't underrate anybody these days. There are no secrets anywhere. We are entreating the nation to give Baumia the chance, because I said it before at UPS that I've known him for some time, and I see him as a man of destiny. And particularly for the moment we are in now as a nation, I believe he is the man of the moment. The whole world is talking digitalization. Then when you look around the world, leaders must be imbued with a innate understanding of geopolitics. Baumia seems cut for the moment, cut for the occasion. Custom made. He's been exposed internationally. If it's to do with finance, he's an international banker. He's studied politics. In fact, he was born into politics. And it's because of his loyalty to the tradition that the party gave him the chance to be the candidate. So please, we are presenting a custom-made candidate to Ghana. Candidate that will digitalize the economy and social policy. A candidate that understands geopolitics and would relate his foreign policy, would bring on board a sound relationship whose core will be Ghana's best interests internationally. So today, I wish the conference in Takoradi God's blessings and all the success. So the manifesto our leader, our candidate is presenting will be received by all of Ghana in the confidence and trust that truly Bawumia is the man of the moment, man of destiny, and a very insightful, humble person, like cut to lead. This is my message to you, and I wish you all well. Kukurudu, kukurudu, kukurudu. God bless you. Thank you.
He's the first president to have won elections for the new patriotic party in the Fourth Republic. Please, let's give him a round of applause. Thank you very much. We would always remember him for free maternal health care, for introducing the national health insurance, and for many other social interventions, especially the livelihood empowerment against poverty program that has made more poor people inclusive in Ghana's development. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the MPP inherited a Ghana in dire stress, needing intensive care in 2017. However, the party rallied together, just as we did during His Excellency, the former President John Ejekum Kufuor's era, and we turned things around. Between 2017 and 2019, there was evidence of growth, and the economy we held together grew by 7%. We created jobs, we introduced fee SHS, and we did a lot of positive things for our people. The digitization drive especially was in full swing. We acknowledge the difficulties that we've had to go through in recent times. But once again, we have seen and recognized the resilience of Ghanaians, and by the grace of God, who makes all things possible, we will turn things around again. We have started, and we have a firm belief that the strong legacies we have built will be the foundation for this. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and all party faithful here, please stay with us as we share with you excerpts of the strong legacies that will be building Ghana's future on. Thank you.
In 2017, the NPP inherited a fragmented digital infrastructure that limited public service efficiency. Since then, we've revolutionized how services are delivered with the Ghana card and mobile money interoperability, enhancing speed and accessibility. Our efforts have greatly improved government interactions, making life easier for every Ghanaian. However, our vision doesn't stop here. We aim to further expand and modernize Ghana's digital landscape. The journey towards a fully integrated digital society continues. Stand with us. Vote for innovation. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business. In 2000,
MP Ofuasi Ayurebi.
Ghana Mampeni Nana Adodankwa Akufo-Addo. Nyankopon ya Adoma 2025 Mampeni Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia na Dignitary Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. MPP mpanimfo nyina michiamu nyina wa Awurade Yesu Kristo din mu. Medin di Kwadwo Opon Kroma mifi Ofuasi Ayurebi constituency. Na Modaroma menkomo no edu baabi a mepoto kakra. Ghana fo nipa dodo na yenya bandwuma yenye broni adwuma ye dwadifo yɛyɛ akuafoɔ yɛyɛ nsa no dwuma ɛno nti sɛ aban bi ba na sɛ ɔpɛ sɛ ɔboa Ghanafoɔ dodo a na ɔsɛ ɔboa adwadifoɔ akuafoɔ wɔnom a yɛyɛ nsa no dwuma ɛwɔ sɛ ɔfa kwan hodoɔ so a sɛnea ɔmadwuma ebi a nkrataasɛm ɛnka ho no ɔbɛboa ma ɔmadwuma afa abɛɛfo kwantempɔn so. That is why the Akufo-Addo administration, with the strong support of Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, adopted digitization. The Ghanaian economy, as you know, is hugely informal. And any economist worth his salt knows that there's a need to formalize the Ghanaian economy, to formalize it through digitization. When President Akufo-Addo and Dr. Bawumia first mentioned digitization, as usual, the naysayers did not believe them. They didn't understand the vision. They mocked and they joked and they called them names. But today, digitization is bearing fruit for many Ghanaians. Digitization, ladies and gentlemen, is not an end in itself. It is a means to an end. Digitization is designed to ensure that people can access government services faster and with more efficiency. It is designed to ensure that people's jobs and businesses can be enhanced. And that is why from 2017, a number of interventions were introduced. First, overhauling the Ghana National Card and National ID system. Second, introducing a robust mobile interoperability system. Third, ensuring that every address in Ghana had a digital ID system. Additionally, drones were introduced to ensure that essential medical supplies could move to various parts of the country. And it was also a delight of His Excellency the Vice President to ensure that several government services can be applied for online. What has been the outcome? Today, there has been a boost in e-commerce and deliveries, creating jobs for thousands of Ghanaians. Today, there has been an increase in access to credit because it is easier for credit agencies and lenders to identify people and to identify where they live. Today, there's higher efficiency in government services because you can sit at home and apply for various government services. You can renew your national health insurance card, you can apply for passports, you can participate in tax and pension services. Today, the Ghana card has reduced the number of ghost names on our payroll and in return, saved the Republic millions of Ghana cedis. And by linking the Ghana card to the eSIM registration, identity fraud and mobile money fraud has been reduced. Thousands of lives have also been saved because of the drugs, the blood, and the essential services that have been delivered by drone. Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia have laid a firm foundation for digitization. And now, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh will build upon this digitization foundation moving forward. Ghana's economy requires the next level of formalization. And you can be sure, I said you can be sure that Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh will take us there. We require selfless leadership, bold solutions, and innovative ideas for the future. Digitization is just one of them. And Dr. Bawumia and Dr. Prempeh will deliver when you give them your vote to move Ghana to the next level. I thank you for your attention.
Access to quality healthcare is a fundamental right, and under the NPP, we've made significant strides to ensure this for every Ghanaian. Through key initiatives like Agenda 111, which has built new medical facilities across the nation, and the establishment of the National Vaccine Institute, with greatly enhanced healthcare infrastructure and capabilities. We've empowered healthcare workers with better training and tools, leading to a noticeable decrease in mortality rates and improved immunization coverage. But our work isn't done. We're committed to further advancing our healthcare systems to ensure even broader access and higher quality of care. Join us as we continue to invest in a healthier future for all. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Yamena, my name is Dr. Ikea Mwako, and I hail from Japa in the Upper West region. One of the most crucial pillars of our nation's progress is our healthcare system. Healthcare is not just a service, it is the very foundation upon which the well-being of our citizens is built. A healthy population is essential for a thriving nation, and over the past years, we have made significant strides to ensure that every Ghanaian, regardless of their location, has access to quality healthcare. First, let's talk about infrastructure. We have embarked on an ambitious journey to expand our healthcare facilities, making healthcare more accessible to more Ghanaians now than ever before. In the past 8 years, we have completed over 47 hospitals, clinics, and healthcare projects. We have renovated and completed 428 CHIPS compounds and 230 health centers. The COVID-19 pandemic exposed the gaps we had in our local infrastructure system, and that led His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to embark on the most audacious health infrastructure investments ever done in this country. Through the Agenda 111 project, we are constructing 111 hospitals across the country, including districts, regional, as well as psychiatric facilities, which have been overlooked over the past. These investments are ensuring that no community is left behind. We are bringing healthcare right to the doorstep of the citizens. But infrastructure alone is not enough. We understand that timely medical interventions can mean the difference between life and death, especially in our remote areas. That's why we introduced the world's largest medical drone delivery system, Zipline, which is simply a game changer. Do we all remember when snake bites were killing our people in rural areas? Do we all remember when our mothers during childbirth were dying because essential blood products could not be delivered on time? These are the preventable deaths that the Zipline initiative is here to quell. With over 2,600 health facilities onboarded, we are delivering essential medical supplies, including blood products and vaccines, to the most remote areas of our nation. This innovation is saving lives daily and ensuring that healthcare is truly universal in Ghana. Our commitment to improving healthcare goes beyond physical infrastructure and innovative delivery systems. We have also expanded the National Health Insurance Scheme, the NHIA, increasing active membership from 10.8 million in 2018 to over 17 million in 2023. This expansion, coupled with the inclusion of critical treatments like dialysis, childhood cancers, and hydroxyurea for our sickle cell patients, means that more Ghanaians are receiving the care they need without the fear of financial ruin. Now, let's think about this. Imagine a country like Ghana with barely 50 semi-functioning ambulances serving 30 million citizens. A country with an ambulance ratio of 1:524,000. Well, that was our reality and not just an imagination. But guess what? The Akufo-Addo government changed that narrative. Today, we have added a whopping 307 ambulances to our emergency healthcare system. Today, every constituency has at least one ambulance. With the mindset of possibilities, we have changed the narrative in emergency healthcare and attained a ratio of 1:84,000. Now, that is progress. This initiative is a testament to our belief that healthcare should be swift, efficient, and accessible to all. Alongside this, we have digitized our healthcare records, making patient information easily transferable between facilities, which enhances the speed and accuracy of medical interventions. Our achievements in healthcare reflect our unwavering commitment to the welfare of every Ghanaian. From building state-of-the-art facilities to pioneering drone deliveries and expanding insurance coverage, we are transforming our healthcare system to meet the needs of our people. We are not just improving healthcare, we're ensuring that every Ghanaian can live a healthier, longer, and more prosperous life. Now, let us give the flag bearer of the MPP, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, our rapt attention as he unveils the next chapter of bold solutions for the transformative growth of our nation's health sector. Thank you.
In 2017, the NPP inherited an unemployed graduate association. The NPP has focused on creating jobs, and more jobs through industrialization policies that stimulate growth and innovation. The 1D1F project has created over 500,000 jobs and support for local businesses and startups through GEA and YEA has created employment opportunities and fueled economic progress. In the past 8 years, we've seen a remarkable increase in job creation, revitalizing our economy. Yet, we agree there is more to be done. Keep the faith with us and vote Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Alice Yakubu.
All right. Your Excellencies, in the interest of our time, I stand on existing protocols. Adoko, good evening. The microphone, all right. Your Excellencies, in the interest of time, I stand on existing protocols. Adoko, good evening. I stand before you all with immense pride as a young woman from Nampanduri in the northeast region of Ghana. I am a student from University of Ghana, a level 400 student reading BSc IT. My academic journey has been deepened by the appreciation of the digitalization drive led by His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. It is, thank you, a visionary leader who has inspired not just me, but the entire generation of Gen Z. I was born in 2000. The same year, our former president, H.E. John Ajekum Kufuor, was elected. I have witnessed the resilient story of His Excellency Nana Akufo-Addo, emerging as our leader. Sorry, thank you. Okay. Dr. Bawumia's focus on digitalization has actually helped us on how we interacted with government and also manage our lives, from accessing service, online trading, and transforming financial transactions. Already, our MPP government has created about 21 million jobs, truly, which is already a remarkable achievement, especially in the face of global challenging economy, which has already caused the COVID-19 and the Russia-Ukraine war. The public sector has recruited over 1.2 million people, while the private sector has created a lot of jobs, nearly about 975,000 jobs. We have seen a lot of significant increments, with numbers more than doubling in some of our areas. The MPP government has established the Nation Builders Corps and has recruited more than 100,000 graduates, with 34,000 NAPCO training, circulating payments, employment. But the journey has not been just that. Beginning with a bunch of manifesto, we embark on the new chapter, one that has promised to bring progress and a proper Ghana to which we are attaining heights. Together with Dr. Bawumia, we are going to progress also made a propel government, which is going to attain more heights. This is the moment where I am here, standing on behalf of every Gen Z, calling on every youth. I'm calling you, every youth. Youth, are we here? It is. We are in an era of digitalization. Let us utilize our digital world. For our president and our current vice president, they are really doing well for us. Let us use all our social media. People would meet you and ask you how we see things in the future. Are we sure we are going to survive as young ones? Are we sure we are really going to do well? Having Dr. Bawumia, make sure that you announce and tell everyone around you that it is always possible. We the Gen Zs, let's keep preaching. It is time for all the youth to come out and rally for a better person who would give us all opportunities, access to jobs and everything. Thank you.
In 2017, the NPP inherited an infrastructure network in need of renewal. We've since focused on building modern, resilient infrastructure, expanding roads, railways and housing through strong partnerships with the private sector. As we enter the next chapter, a revitalized public works department will lead maintenance, with local governments enhancing district roads. We're committed to expanding railways and upgrading airports to connect Ghana for a stronger future. While much has been achieved, there is still more to do. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Akosia Asa Menuk.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, the purpose of development is to improve the quality of the life of people. It demands putting in place the institutional and infrastructural means to work together to raise productivity. Productivity comes from speed and excellence in innovation. That is why over the past 7 years, the NPP administration, under the leadership of the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, has invested heavily in public infrastructure. Roads in the thousands of kilometers and multi-level bridges which have changed the skylines in our cities. We have modernized our seaports and opened new airports. The NPP has increased the road network from 78,000 kilometers to nearly 100,000 kilometers, including 2,000 kilometers of asphalt overlay and rehabilitation and maintenance of 11,674 kilometers of roads. These network improvements have included the construction of not one, not two, not three, not four, not five, not six, but 12 multi-tier interchanges in Accra, Tema, Kumasi, Tamale, and Takrady, 6 of which have been completed with another 6 under construction. We have initiated and overseen the construction and rehabilitation of more railways than any other government since 1992. Achimota and Sawam, Accra Tema, Kojo Krom Takwa, Kojo Krom Manso, Tema and Pankadan. We have constructed more fish landing sites than any other government since 1992, including Axim, Diskov, Mori, Mumford, Winneba, Senyabreku, Komwafete, Teshi, Osu, Ekumfi, and Infansiman. The NPP administration has made significant investments in Ghana's airport infrastructure, including the upgrading of the Prempeh, the first international airport in Kumasi, through phases 2 and 3, which feature a new terminal building with initiating phase 1 of the which feature a new terminal building with a 1 million passenger capacity per year, a car park and access roads. We are also initiating phase 1 of the Sunyani Airport Rehabilitation Project. completing and commissioning the modernization of the Yakubu Tali International Airport in Tamale. Progress is a nice word, but change has many enemies, and we have seen our detractors attempt to deny Ghanaians of the reality of the MPP's investment in infrastructure. As Edward Denman said, "In God we trust, all others must bring data." We have backed our claims with data. Anyone who disagrees should subject their position to the crucible of data and debate. The overwhelming declaration from the investment is not just that the individual is better off today, but we are better off as a country in terms of minimizing our public deficit, our public infrastructure deficit. That should be flattering, but we are not satisfied. We want to do more. Indeed, we must do much more. The Ghanaian people demand and deserve that we do more. And yes, we can do more. It is. As a new patriotic party, we must accommodate changing times, but cling to principles that never change. Under a Bawumia presidency, the government will work more with the private sector to build and maintain public infrastructure, including roads, airports, etc. As Dr. Bawumia puts it, to lead is to solve. Now more than ever, Ghana needs bold solutions to its challenges. As Ghana stands at the threshold of a new era, we must recognize that the leadership we need for the future is about vision, innovation, and the ability to adapt to emerging challenges. As a Vice President, Dr. Bawumia embodies the perfect blend of continuity and transformation. With his youthful energy, digital savviness, and proven track record of driving progress, he is uniquely positioned to take the baton from the current generation of leaders and steer our nation towards a brighter future. Let us choose the right leader for a brighter tomorrow. We are voting Dr. Bawumia and the MPP for a future of hope, growth, and prosperity. Thank you.
Over the past 8 years, the NPP has significantly improved support for our most vulnerable citizens. From expanding school meal programs, enrolling 300,000 more people in the LEAP initiative, enhancing healthcare for expectant mothers, we've strengthened the fabric of our society. But our work isn't done. We are committed to further enhancing these programs and introducing new initiatives to ensure that every Ghanaian has the opportunity to thrive. Vote for progress. Vote for care. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Oboshisai Kofi.
Obviously, I'm
Ladies and gentlemen, I beg your pardon.
Oboshisai Kofi. But who cares? Mado Lena Miapete. Miajilao, Miajikwalao, Blameketoji Pete Milekoko. My name is Elizabeth Akua Ohini. I come from Abutia in the Volta region. And this is about leaving no one behind. The new Patriotic Party has a proud record of identifying the vulnerable sections of society and putting up safety nets to ensure no one falls through the cracks. For example, we restored the teacher and nurse training allowances that had been cancelled and made it possible for future educators and healthcare workers to pursue their dreams without financial hindrance. Our elders say that everyone goes through the experience of being young. What is not guaranteed is whether or not everyone will grow old like I have, nor what your old age will be like. We recognize that under the best of circumstances, some people will fall through the cracks, and therefore there must be safety nets. The MPP under President J. Kufuor introduced the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty policy. This government under Nana Akufo-Addo has extended that LEAP program, increasing expenditure from 49 million Ghana cedis in 2016 to 423 million Ghana cedis by 2023. This significant increase has provided vital support to the poorest and most vulnerable in our society. Women are the backbone of Ghanaian society. They represent the foundation of both home and the nation. But we also acknowledge the stumbling blocks that history and tradition have placed in the path of women as they move through the structures of modern life. It is no surprise, therefore, that it is during our tenure that the Affirmative Action Bill has finally been passed into law. The health of the people is critical. If we are to make progress, and having introduced the National Health Insurance Scheme under President Kufuor, this government has expanded it to now cover childhood cancers, sickle cell treatment, and kidney dialysis. Our investment in healthcare infrastructure is without parallel and has brought quality healthcare closer to the people. And please permit me to make a gentle reminder that we introduced the world's largest medical drone service, which ensures that even the most remote communities have access to life-saving medical supplies. We know that education is the key to ensuring equal opportunities, and we have therefore led the way in bringing transformative changes to the sector. Let me mention one minor little detail. We have provided over 900,000 tablets to secondary school students, ensuring that every child, regardless of their background, has access to digital learning tools. But our work is far from done. We must continue to identify the cracks and introduce and enhance social intervention programs that address the evolving needs of our society. We are committed to expanding such initiatives to ensure that every Ghanaian has access to the basic necessities of life in housing, education, healthcare, and more. The MPP government has a strong and unwavering commitment to inclusivity, equity, and justice. We have worked tirelessly during these 2 terms to accomplish these goals through targeted and bold social interventions. By enhancing existing programs, by restoring those that have been lost, and introducing new initiatives, we are building a society where every citizen, regardless of their circumstances, can live with dignity and hope. We ask for your support to continue to forge a path towards a more just and compassionate Ghana, where the vulnerable are not just supported, but empowered to thrive and lead dignified lives. Please remember, you are safe with the NPP. I thank you.
Education is the cornerstone of our future, but the MPP inherited a Ghana where a lot of young Ghanaians were dropping out of school at the JSS level. Over the last 8 years, the NPP has prioritized making education accessible to every child. We've implemented free education, benefiting over 1.8 million Ghanaians, introduced TVET and a robust STEM education, improved education infrastructure, and introduced digital tools that enhance the learning experiences. We are building a brighter future through education. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome Dennis Labi Ampofo.
Your Excellency the President of the Republic of Ghana, Your Excellency the Vice President and leader of our party, candidate for the election 2024. My name is Dennis Labi Ampofo. I am former President of the National Union of Ghana Students. Today we stand at a pivotal moment, driven by our unwavering commitment to expanding access to education in Ghana. Over the last 5 years, we have embarked on a remarkable journey of implementing initiatives that have reshaped our educational landscape and broadened opportunities for every Ghanaian child. Our government flagship program, Free Senior High School and Free TVET, are a testament to our dedication to education. Since 2017, we have increased enrollment by about 83%, thereby welcoming over 1.4 million young Ghanaians into our secondary schools this year. This enrollment surge reflects not only investment in infrastructure and resources, but the fact that we believe every young Ghanaian deserves access to quality education, regardless of their background. The emphasis here is regardless of their background. The results speak for themselves. The highest ever first-year enrollment in our schools and the best WASI performance since 2015. The lawyers amongst us will say, Reps ipsa lekotor. However, our commitment goes beyond numbers. We have absorbed examination fee for BEC and WASI candidates, thereby alleviating the financial burden that falls on family and become a financial constraint to many students. Those of us who attended public schools will attest to how many young Ghanaians drop out of writing their final exams because of examination fees. Additionally, by removing the no guarantor system, we have doubled the number of recipients for student loan in Ghana, thereby empowering many young Ghanaians to pursue higher education. Your Excellency the President, this is not a tale that I read or heard. This I saw with my own two eyes, standing right beside the Vice President in Kumasi whilst he launched the no guarantor policy. We recognize that education is not just about access. It is about creating an environment where students can thrive. That is why we have procured over 900,000 tablets for young Ghanaian students, bridging the digital divide and ensuring that students have the tools that they need to succeed. What this means is that the young girl from Manso Akwesiso does not need her parents to borrow money before she can have access to personal computers. We have distributed over 2,700 vehicles to educational institutions, improving access and reducing inequality in our country. I'm sure we've all seen the various buses, the big ones, with the inscription donated by Get Fund. Our commitment to education forms part of a very broad vision that includes constructing more and more public libraries than any government since 1992. We have moved our public libraries from 61 since 2017 to 115 in 2023. Ladies and gentlemen, that is a staggering 54 public libraries in just 7 years. These are various measures that create spaces where students can grow and innovate. In transforming education, we are building a foundation for a brighter future. A future where every Ghanaian child has an opportunity to their full potential. This is our vision, and this remains our mission. A mission anchored on a legacy of creating a better future for generations. This generation and the next to come will attest to the fact that there came a government led by His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and His Excellency Vice President Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia that believed, invested, and committed to education. Thank you very much. Medamu nyina amase.
NPP has elevated Ghana's cultural heritage, making it a key economic driver. Initiatives like Year of Return and Beyond the Return have boosted tourism to almost 1.14 million visitors. We have enhanced our global profile and revitalized the local tourism economy with December in GH. We've also upgraded tourism centers and promoted local talent in arts and sports, strengthening community and national pride. Let's continue this momentum. Vote MPP, vote Bawumia for a future where culture drives growth and unity. Bawumia means business.
Let's make welcome Prince David Osei.
Thank you. His Excellency, the President of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, His Excellency, the Vice President and incoming President in 2025, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, his beautiful wife, the Second Lady, and the soon-to-be First Lady, Mrs. Bawumia, Samira Bawumia, our affable Vice President in the making, in the coming, Matthew Opoku Prempeh, Chief of Staff, members of the Diplomatic Corps, members of state, the chairman of the MPP party, I will indulge you to make me stand on all existing protocols. My name is Prince David Osei, and 7th November, no retreat, no surrender. We are voting for change, we are voting for progress, we are voting for digitization, we are voting for posterity. In 2019, Ghana successfully hosted the Year of Return, which was dubbed Ghana 2019, a year-long program of activities commemorating the centenary anniversary of the arrival of the recorded slave Africans in the United States. For those of us who did not understand what I meant by centenary, I meant 400 years of anniversary. The initiative was a massive success, and it opened the world's eye to Ghana as a hub of music, art, and entertainment. Eco-tourism and shone light on the rich ancestry and Ghana's role in the world history. It also contributed to the return of people with Ghana ancestry. People purchased lands and houses as they came back to Ghana, their motherland. 2019 has been, since 2019, there has been a huge number of people visiting Ghana, going beyond the return, and with a lot of tourists and returners continuing to flow in Ghana, contributing to the national economy, encouraging investors in both large and small scale, and strengthening Ghana's reputation abroad. The Akufo-Addo government has invested heavily in the renovation of sports stadiums across the country, including the Accra Sports Stadium, Baba Yara Sports Stadium, the Cape Coast Sports Stadium. In addition to this, the government has built sports stadiums in 10 regional capitals of our country. 6 of these stadiums, namely Wa in the Upper West, Dunkwa in the Office Central, Axim in Western, Domahinkro in Bono, Ho in the Volta, and Koforidia in the Eastern region. They are all ready, with the Koforidia Sports Stadium having been commissioned by His Excellency, the President of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. The remaining 4 are expected to be completed this year. I think a round of applause will do. Thank you. With only 3...
Agriculture and fisheries are crucial to our economy. The NPP has
various communities across the country. The government recognizes the value of sports in Ghana society and the role it plays in the lives of Ghanaian youth. As an instrument for a healthy lifestyle and a teacher of sound values such as cooperation, fair play, endurance, and moral courage. During the NPP administration, Ghana has been firmly established as a center for the arts, music, culture, and tourism. The NPP has the bold solutions to project Ghana positively and make most of its potential. A vote for NPP is a vote for posterity. I know times are hard. It's global. UK is just recovering from recession. America is tough. Canada is tough. Our neighboring countries, Nigeria, is equally tough. So to you watching me out there, the alternative is not a solution. The alternative will send us into an abyss of disaster. Vote for progress. Vote Bawumia. Vote Matthew Poko Prempeh as the incoming president. Now let me take you to a memory lane. We enjoyed free lights. We enjoyed free water during the COVID pandemic era. SMEs, money was given to people, small-scale businesses. This is the kind of leadership we had and we are having. Bawumia taking over the baton is progress. I don't want you to be deceived out there. There is nothing the alternative can offer. Vote for digitization. Now you can go anywhere in Ghana because of the property address, the digital property address. You can use your Ghana card. Previously, if you wanted to get a passport, you had to write an essay. Vote for change, vote for Bawumia, vote for progress. Love you.
Fisheries are crucial to our economy. The NPP has enhanced these sectors with targeted initiatives with the Planting for Food and Jobs campaign, modernizing irrigation for drought-prone areas, and subsidizing equipment for fishers. We've promoted sustainable practices that not only boost productivity, but also ensure long-term food security. As we look to the future, we remain committed to expanding these programs, introducing advanced technologies, and increasing market access to empower our farmers and fishers even further. Our journey continues to fully harness the potential of our natural resources. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Aguila.
Jamaa sanunku daini. Yazanyore. Good evening, Ghana. My name is Tabitha Periene Ayela, and I'll be reading on agriculture and fisheries. Agriculture remains the backbone of our country's economy, nurturing a system that supports the population with diverse, nutritious foods and resilient crops. It is one of the keys in the industrialization of the economy, as well as an avenue for jobs and wealth creation. The NPP have a proven track record with regard to agriculture. Initiatives such as Planting for Food and Jobs, Rearing for Food and Jobs, Agriculture for Food and Jobs, One Village, One Dam, One District, One Warehouse, Planting for Export and Rural Development, digitization of the cocoa sector, pharmacists' pension schemes, the construction of fishing landing sites and harbors, which has added to the overall increase in agricultural growth rate at 2.7% in 2016 to to 4.5% in 2023 and instilled vibrancy in the sector. The NPP government has made strides in the cocoa sector through a range of interventions, including introducing a living income differential of $40 per ton, digitization of the cocoa sector in the cocoa management system, the National Cocoa Farmers Pension Scheme, and the National Traceability System. Under our tenure, the crop sector has seen great progress. We have addressed the challenges of low levels of mechanization and low productivity of key crops, such as soybean, maize, and rice, inadequate availability of certified seeds, and the weak extension services through various initiatives. We have supplied tractors and accessories, power tillers, harvesters, planters, and boom sprayers to farmers at subsidized prices. Targeted specific crops such as maize and soybean to increase productivity to meet domestic and export demands. We have also recruited officers to improve the agricultural extension service provision. Under the NPP government, fisheries and aquaculture has improved and expanded through programs such as agriculture for food and jobs, the construction of harbors and landing sites, and the rehabilitation of hatcheries and aquaculture demonstration centers. Under the NPP, fish production has increased from approximately 435,098 metric tons in 2016 to 657,472 metric tons in 2022. The value of fish imports has almost halved from a $146 million to $74 million in the same period. We are a farmer and fisher-centered party. We understand the needs of the farmers and fisher folks and the needs of the customers. We can be trusted to build on the successes and the progress of agriculture and fisheries. We are willing to take bold steps and to provide bold solutions for agriculture and fisheries. Thank you very much.
Under the NPP, Ghana's economy has grown significantly, even amid global challenges. We've launched successful job creation programs, attracted investment, and upgraded our infrastructure. Initiatives like the 1D1F, One District, One Factory, digitalization of public services, and enhancement in transport systems have driven this growth. Despite the shifting global economic landscape and internal pressures, our commitment is unwavering. We are determined to further strengthen our economy, making it more robust and inclusive for every Ghanaian. The journey to a prosperous future continues with your support. Vote for Baumia. Baumia means business.
Ladies and gentlemen, with a resounding round of applause, let's make welcome the Honorable Ejapa Mesa.
Memabe ahao mewina aha mejas wanjem ahenwa. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, His Excellency the President. The new patriotic party inherited a broken economy and a country in crisis, and from day one went to work to rebuild and restore Ghana. The Akufo-Addo government did not request a honeymoon. Between 2017 and 2020, Ghana saw strong, consistent growth in the economy until COVID-19, a global pandemic, happened in 2020 and brought the whole world economy to its knees. The pandemic, which ravaged many lives across the world, required a decisive yet empathetic leadership to manage. President Akufo-Addo rose to the occasion and engaged the Ghanaian people in his famous fellow Ghanaians addresses, and aptly stated on one occasion that while he, quote, knows how to bring the economy back to life, he does not know how to bring people back to life. His government's priority from the very outset and through the duration of the pandemic was to save Ghanaian lives and prevent the spread of the disease. The president received global acknowledgement and praise for his handling of the COVID-19 pandemic. As soon as it was safe to do so, he once again turned his attention to rebuilding the economy, to restore and repair the damage caused by the global financial crisis and the supply chain disruptions that were the direct consequence of the pandemic. The economic restoration efforts were significantly impacted by the Russian invasion of Ukraine. Despite the pandemic and despite the massive impact the war in Ukraine had on the world economy in general and Africa in particular, the NPP administration has managed to rebuild the Ghanaian economy and bring about sustainable change to the nation. This has been achieved through bold, decisive, and some very difficult but necessary decisions. Over the past 7 years, this government has inter alia restored macroeconomic stability, brought inflation down, growth up, interest rates down, and the exchange rate depreciation under control. It has ensured domestic production and supply of personal protective equipment for our health workers, reduced import duties by 50%, protected the deposits of over 4 million Ghanaians by saving the banking system from collapse. A leader is not lauded for the disasters that were avoided, but the Akufo-Addo-led administration has successfully managed some of the most challenging times in living memory. And while there is no reward for a crisis avoided, we can be sure that had this administration not been in place, our country would be much worse off today. The NPP knows how to steer the country through challenging times and rebound the economy. Ghana's economy is safe in our hands. A vote for Bawumia is a vote for bold solution for Ghana's economy and the only way to ensure prosperity and growth for our dear country, Ghana. Thank you very much for your kind attention.
NPP has embarked on several community-based programs to protect our environment. The NPP initiated a large-scale tree planting campaign dubbed Green Ghana to combat deforestation and restore green spaces across the country. Schools, communities, and individuals participated in planting trees to combat deforestation and promote green spaces. Over 70 million trees have been planted under this initiative. Safety in our communities is a priority. We've strengthened security measures to protect our borders and citizens. The security forces have been retooled with equipment, and the police have benefited from investment in housing. We are committed to a safe, prosperous future for generations to come. Vote for Bawumia. Bawumia means business.
Let's make welcome the Honorable Samuel Abujidapo.
Gonjaland alama Kagbanya lama mpe biara metro benke kega kabre Jebotibo party kiyile na ense Savannah region ense Ghana ebikike anye betro benke kega. Mr. President, incoming President, incoming First Lady, incoming Vice President, Mr. Chairman, thank you for your outstanding leadership. This 2024 MPP Manifesto evidently is an action plan to build on the enviable record of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo to create hundreds, thousands, and millions of jobs for the Ghanaian youth and bring the much needed development to our people. Let me very briefly highlight some of the remarkable achievements which, God willing, the incoming President of the Republic, Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, will leverage to unleash prosperity for the Ghanaian people. Firstly, by dint of hard work and innovative policies, we have overtaken South Africa as the leading producer of gold on the continent and the 6th in the world. We have revamped the dormant Bibiani and Obuasi mines, and exports received from gold alone in the first half of this year has crossed $5 billion United States dollars. Our policies have attracted new investments into the country, with 3 new gold mines under construction by Newmont in the Hafo region, Kaduna Namdini in the Upper East region, and Azuma Resources in the Upper West region, which will consolidate our position as the leading producer of gold in Africa. Even more important for us is that these investments have created scores of jobs for the youth, and more high-paying jobs will become available when these mines start operation. And with our value addition, local content and local policy, including the construction of refineries, mandatory listing on the Ghana Stock Exchange, and the reservation of jobs and the provision of some 50 goods and services for the Ghanaian private sector, the people of Ghana are benefiting directly from this new enhanced indigenous mining industry. Through our enhanced regulation of the small-scale mining sector and the ramping up of community mining schemes, even while we acknowledge that we still have a long way to go, this sector is largely, without a shred of doubt, more sanitized than we met it in 2016. And the reduction of withholding tax on unprocessed gold in this sector from 3% to 1.5% has led to over 6,000% increment in gold exports from the small-scale mining sector alone. Through the domestic gold purchase program, Ghana's gold reserves have increased from 8 tons since independence to 17 tons in just 5 years. And the Gold for Oil program has contributed to stabilizing the prices of petrol at the pump. President Bawumia, with this manifesto, will establish the Novel Minerals Development Bank. It will be jobs, jobs, jobs for the Ghanaian people. Large and small-scale mining will flourish, thereby creating jobs for the teeming youth of our country. Secondly, through our policies in the forestry sector, Ghana has become a global leader in forest management and nature-based climate action. Green Ghana alone has resulted in the planting of 52 million trees in just 4 years. Between 2017 and 2023 alone, some 721,000 hectares of forest have been cultivated, 5 times more than the 157,300 hectares cultivated in the whopping 53 years between 1963 and 2016. We are protecting our environment indeed. And we are digitizing the records of the Lands Commission to ensure effective and efficient land service delivery. And thirdly, we have kept a well-equipped armed forces and secured our borders for the past 8 years. The Akufo-Addo government has settled 13 million United States dollars arrears owed to peacekeeping personnel and increased their allowances from $30 to 35 United States dollars per soldier per day. Phase 1 and 2 of the Barras Regenerative Project, the transformation agenda of the military housing project for the Ghana Armed Forces, the 583 housing units constructed to support the accommodation needs of security services personnel of our country, the 933 vehicles, the 4,202 motorbikes, and the 3 helicopters provided to the Ghana Police Service, aside increasing the number of personnel by almost 40%, are just a few of the interventions made to secure our safety and security through our gallant men and women in uniform. In these 2024 elections, we, the youth, have a clear choice to make, like never before in past elections. A choice between 8 years of tangible and impactful achievement against 8 years of broken promises, doomsday, and an era of unemployment association of Ghana. A choice between this well thought through 2024 MPP manifesto, fashioned to expand opportunities for Ghana's private sector and create jobs for the young people of our country, and one which has been tried, tested, and failed woefully. Total failure it was. And above all, a choice between a smart, hard-working, youthful, and problem-solving leader of enormous personal integrity who will work for you day and night, and those who have been tried, failed, and are desperately attempting to recycle themselves. Never again. Let us therefore, young men and women, from Laura to Sekendi, from Hohoi to Asante-Mampong, from Saboba to Kintampo, and of course, from my beloved constituency of Damango, rally behind Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh and the new Patriotic Party, a game changer for the youth of Ghana. And so, my friends, fellow young Ghanaians, in all humility and modesty, I say to you today that this 2024 MPP manifesto will be strictly and sacredly implemented to the fullest by our outstanding and visionary leader, and by the grace of Almighty God, the next president of our republic, the man with bold solutions for the future, His Excellency Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia. A vote for DMB, a vote for DMB, and NAPO is a vote for the youth. A vote for DMB and Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh is a vote for jobs. A vote for DMB and a vote for NAPO is a vote for bold solutions for the future. Fellow patriots, I am the 10th speaker and the final speaker, and therefore, on this auspicious note, let me introduce to you the spectacular legacy of the outstanding president of our country, the president of the movement, the president who has built Ghana to this point, the president of compassion, the president, the fatherly president, and the president of our country, His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. And it is my honor, to introduce to you the legacy documentary titled, and I quote, "A Strong Legacy to Build On," end quote. Enjoy it. We are moving forward. We are firing forward. We are moving from north to east to west to south, and the new Patriotic Party is marching on to victory to make Bawumia the next president of this republic of ours. Thank you.
From the bustling cities to the serene rural landscapes, the strategic investments by the MPP government have touched every corner of Ghana. Since January 2017, under the visionary leadership of President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo and Vice President Dr. Mahamudu Bawumia, Ghana has embarked on a transformative journey guided by a commitment, progress, people development, and prosperity. Join us as we delve into the story of this remarkable journey. Education is the foundation of any thriving society, and the new Patriotic Party, the NPP government, recognizes that the future of Ghana rests in the hands of its youth. Since 2017, the government has undertaken bold and visionary steps to reshape the educational landscape of our nation, ensuring that every child, regardless of background, has the opportunity to succeed. The free senior high school SHS policy stands as a testament to this commitment. The establishment of science, technology, engineering, and mathematics STEM schools across the country is preparing our youth for the challenges and opportunities of the 21st century. Technical and vocational skills training TVET centers have been revitalized, ensuring that those with talent in technical fields have the tools they need to excel. Over 2,400 students are currently enrolled in STEM programs. Healthcare and infrastructure are the lifelines of any nation. This groundbreaking initiative aims to construct 111 new hospitals across the country. The government's investment in over 300 ambulances distributed nationwide has revolutionized emergency healthcare. Under the NPP government, road construction and rehabilitation have reached unprecedented levels. Major highways, bridges, and feeder roads are being upgraded and expanded, ensuring that every corner of Ghana is connected. Railways are experiencing a revival, with significant investment aimed at restoring and expanding the rail network. Airports, too, have seen significant upgrades, positioning Ghana as a key hub in West Africa. The Planting for Food and Jobs initiative has been at the forefront of this agricultural revolution. The groundbreaking program has provided farmers across the nation with access to high-quality seeds, fertilizers, and modern farming techniques. The impact is clear. Over 1.9 million farmers have directly benefited from the Planting for Food and Jobs initiatives, leading to a 45% reduction in rice imports as local production continues to grow. The government has invested heavily in expanding and retooling our security agencies, ensuring that they are well equipped to protect our nation from both internal and external threats. Through innovative policies and bold solutions, the government is ensuring that our natural resources are protected. The transition to renewable energy is a key pillar of this vision. Ghana is on track to achieve a 10% renewable energy mix by 2030. Social interventions are the cornerstone of an inclusive society, ensuring that no one is left behind, regardless of their circumstances. At the heart of these efforts, in the Livelihood Empowerment Against Poverty LEAP program, a flagship social protection initiative that has been a beacon of support for many low-income families. Since its expansion under the NPP government, LEAP has reached over 330,000 households. The school feeding program is another critical intervention that has transformed the lives of children across Ghana by providing nutritious meals to over 3 million students in more than 9,000 schools. Affordable housing is another area where the NPP government has made significant strides, providing affordable, quality housing for low and middle-income families. As we look into Ghana's next chapter, the NPP government remains dedicated to expanding and enhancing these programs. Together, we are building a Ghana that is not just prosperous, but fair, inclusive, and caring.
There you have it. A manifesto developed with love, which is gearing to build on the legacy of a government that has passionately led the development of this country. Ladies and gentlemen, it's been a long listening period, but it tells you there are a lot more to talk about as a government. At this juncture, we should all take note that the manifesto that is about to be unveiled is one that has been done based on wide consultations, talking to the Ghanaian people from across this country, from the north to the south, to the west and the east. The women along the shores and the coast of this country, our farmers in the cocoa farming area, our brothers and sisters in the mining area, our uncles and fathers in the business area inside Abosiokai, our lawyers and doctors have all been engaged. And this is a manifesto that is going to lead us into the next phase of Ghana's development. Let's listen to the chairman of the Manifesto Committee.
Okay,
The NPP Manifesto being unveiled today has gone through a meticulous process of engagement stirred by Dr. Bawumia's commitment to uphold the core values of the party. At the helm was the Manifesto Committee, whose chairman ensured that every discussion was infused with a blend of the party's ideology and the unique persona of the presidential candidate. Across the length and breadth of the country, different groups were engaged, their inputs providing a careful balance that lays bare the foundation of a document that reflects a shared vision, but also resonates with the aspirations of the people. Dr. Bawumia himself sat in for his vision to be put to strict test and scrutiny. The chairman is thankful to all the various committees. This manifesto reflects the needs and aspirations of Ghanaians and is fueled by the vision and dynamism of Dr. Bawumia.
The manifesto is the social contract of the party, but in particular, the presidential candidate of the party with the generality of the citizenry. The person who is leading the party, and of course you know that the party has its own ideology, private sector enterprise-led or free market enterprise party. He, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, is an established economist. He represents a microcosm of the Ghanaian society. He belongs to the academia as well. For 16 years, he has been into politics. And together with his boss, they've traversed the length and breadth of this country. There's no place that he hasn't visited. And in that enterprise, he's met a cross-section of Ghanaians. So even though his own ideas have been shaped by his upbringing, his training, professional training, and his politics, he knows that he's not the repository of wisdom and knowledge. So when he became the flag bearer, he set out to engage a cross-section of Ghanaian society. He had put together a team to help him craft his manifesto. But walking around, engaging the citizens, he was with us. Wherever he went, he presented his own vision, and then asked the people that he had met, professionals, market women, artisans, farmers, policemen, lawyers, engineers, and so on. He met all of them. And then when he had spoken to them, he also asked them to speak to him. We listened and took out salient matters that they brought out to fertilize his own vision. And it is the combination of this that we have put together so that his own vision then will respond to the concerns, the needs of the Ghanaian society. That is what we have done. That is what the Manifesto Committee has done. I must express my gratitude to my compatriots in the Manifesto Committee, my Vice Chairman, the Honorable Kojo Opon-Nkrumah, the Secretariat staff led by Yvonne Hughes, and the various committees that we had to deal with, representing the various sectors, energy, education, health, infrastructure, all of them. And I would say that together we fashioned a document that the people of this country will be proud of. And on behalf of the committee, let me also express our profound gratitude to the Vice President, His Excellency, the presidential candidate of the party, for the opportunity that he's given to us to assist him in crystallizing his own vision. We thank him so much, and we believe that Ghanaians will not be disappointed, and that when he's voted for, Ghanaians will be well pleased in his vision.
Please, let's be outstanding and acknowledge the chairman of the Manifesto Committee for the good work they have done. For the good work they have done, the effort, the energy they put together in putting this manifesto. We thank them for the hard work they've done. And this manifesto is a well-crafted one that has been carefully put together for the people of this country. And manifesto God that is here to us, solving the problems of each and every Ghanaian, wherever you find yourself. We thank you, Chairman. We thank the members of the committee. And we thank you for taking time to listening to every Ghanaian everywhere and putting this manifesto together. Thank you very much. Thank you. Please be seated. Thank you, MC. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Thank you, DJ. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. DJ, thank you. DJ, thank you. Thank you, DJ. Thank you. Thank you. The DJ is already in the next chapter. This is a manifesto launch. We are going to soak in a lot of messages, a lot of information, and a lot of data. But we are getting right there to that point. At this juncture, please stay with us and follow this very short video as we usher in a very, very important personality. The video, please.
In the heart of Ghana, where history and heritage intertwine, emerges a man whose journey bridges royalty and servant leadership. With determination as his compass, Dr. Prempeh stepped into the realm of politics, not as a distant figure, but as a hands-on advocate for his people. He is a man of destiny, pushing the limits. In 2009, Dr. Prempeh entered the political arena as the Member of Parliament for Mansia South constituency. His leadership skills and vision quickly propelled him to key ministerial positions. Recognized for his leadership skills and contributions to education, Dr. Prempeh played a pivotal role in the implementation of the government's flagship free SHS program and other transformational policies in education. He then stepped in as Energy Minister during Nana Addo's second term and helped keep the lights on. Now, in a defining moment of his career, Dr. Prempeh has been nominated as the running mate for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the NPP's presidential candidate. Together, they are the perfect pair to lead Ghana into a future of prosperity and transformation. Meet Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, popularly called Napo, running mate for Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in the 2024 general election.
Ladies and gentlemen, the running mates of the New Patriotic Party, let's put our hands together for the incoming Vice President of the Republic of Ghana, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, aka Napo, the People's Man, the Member of Parliament for the good people of Mansia South. Please put your hands together, let it be resounding. Make a lot more noise, make a lot more noise. The man of the moment, Your Excellency.
His Excellency, the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. His Excellency, the Vice President, Alhaji Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. The Second Lady of the Republic, Hajia Samira Bawumia. The National Chairman of the New Patriotic Party, and all patriots gathered here this evening. I hope I can stand on existing protocols. I'm here briefly to link what we have done and give you a foretaste of what is to come. A link between the last of the Titans
Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, and the future generation led by Dr. Bawumia. I hope this heroic task I'll be able to do. In 2011, around 2 a.m., I was woken up by the security guards of His Excellency the President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, way back in Bolga. When I went to see him, he was alone in the canteen of that famous hotel. We sat down to talk, obviously waking from sleep. And he said some profound things to me that evening. He said, Napo, Matthew Prempeh, this party, you are the next generation. I'm going to give you some advice, pieces of advice this evening. And I hope you can stick to it. What were the advice or the pieces of advice? He said, my whole aim is to make sure when we get into government, we succeed ourselves. And I can only leave the party to one of three people. He proceeded to mention who he felt comfortable in 2011 to leave the party when he exits office. He's our second presidential candidate who is offering 8 years of competent leadership. 8 years of delivery. I can say, without any converting, that 2 of the 3 are representing and coming after him. That is Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia and my good self, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh. Leadership is born and made. His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, who himself was the man of the moment in 2007, and who himself we have listened to his crowning achievements, today is about leaving us. But he is ensuring that we succeed ourselves in breaking the 8 with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. Since my nomination as the vice presidential candidate of the new Patriotic Party, I've spent a considerable time in Western region. I believe, apart from our mother regions, Ashanti and Eastern, the region that is akin to making the MPP the national governing party forever is the Western region. I've spent considerable time here. I've been through Amenfi, Wasa. I've been through Diskov. I've gone to Jura. I've gone to Nzema. I've gone to Ahanta. I've been to Esekado, meeting chiefs and leaders in all these communities. And I'm overwhelmed by the love and warmth of the people of this region. I've been everywhere with the chairman of the party and the regional minister of the region. And I can only say thank you for the good work you do on behalf of MPP. Patriots, we have a general election to win. We have a general election to win. And this general election, we will win. With God, it is possible. This is a call to duty. This is a call to duty. And today's manifesto launch is the show of our contest of ideas and policies that is going to serve as a guiding light for His Excellency Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. When, by God's inshallah, 7th January, when he assumes office, he promises us that he needs no honeymoon. And from 7th January, he's going to start working for and the people of Ghana. The MPP which he represents, which he leads, and when he says to lead is to solve, has a record of delivery. In 2016 and 2020, the MPP delivered on its manifesto. I do recall His Excellency Dr. Bawumia calling me to come and account for what we are doing and what so far we have done in education. That led some of us to think deep Mr. President, your work has been shown that you are a man of Siadio Oka Oye. Based upon the work that you have done, I'm sure Ghanaians are going to give us the mandate to continue from where we are. Mr. President, what you did in education has not been even demonstrated here. In 2016, it was a contest of ideas. When you talk about free SHS and free TVET, you didn't stop there. From early childhood care and new nurseries you developed. You made sure that in the era of IT, every school gets a school laboratory, and it is in progress. You made sure every teacher gets a laptop for IT, and it is in progress. And you made sure every student in secondary gets a laptop, and it's in progress. Mr. President, when you assumed office in the year 2017, 40,000 Ghanaian students had passed their WASI exams but could not get their results because they couldn't pay examination fees. 40,000 Ghanaians at BEC and WASI could not get access to their results because they couldn't pay examination fees, not even school fees. Before you came into office, Mr. President, for every 100 Ghanaian students that qualified to go to senior high school, 35 could not go because they couldn't afford it. 35. For the 65 that went into secondary school, Mr. President, by the time of WASI, another 30 had dropped out. And that is why it was only 800 students in school when you came up. Mr. President, even not all that 800 would have qualified or been able to stay through 3 years. I can assure you, the people of Ghana will forever remember you, that as we speak, every child that goes to secondary school leaves secondary school with the best results ever. The most profound thing, Mr. President, the most profound thing that you did in education, when the naysayers said it couldn't be possible, you made it possible. When the naysayers said you were diluting education, you were lowering standard, Mr. President, the first batch of free SHS stayed home 5 months because of COVID. And when they came back to school and they sat for their WASI, the best results ever Ghana has had. 68% of all A18, aggregate A1, 8 subjects happened for that group. 68%, the whole of West Africa. Ghana got 68% of A1s, 8 subjects. Not only that, we for the first time passed all 4 core subjects. That had never happened, Mr. President. Not only that, the best 3 students that ever happened came from your country, Ghana. That is leadership. That is delivery. That is leadership. Mr. President, we moved from education to energy under your watch. And we said, no longer will Ghana have doom so. In fact, by 2017, when you got into office, it had been 5 years of doom. It was not doom so. It was 5 years of doom. In fact, a former president said he will watch how we solve the doom problem. Not only have we kept the light on, Mr. President, even under trying times, the light has been on. Mr. President, I can say that the average electricity prices now is cheaper, dollar by dollar, from between 2017 and now. You have not only exhibited competence, you have exhibited leadership par excellence, Mr. President. I do know that right beside you was Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. If you set the vision, he set the mission. If you ensure delivery, he made sure your government ticked. No wonder you've pulled all stops to let him succeed. And surely God will bless your effort, Mr. President. I am a strong believer, Mr. President, after listening to your record, personally, I'm a strong believer in Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. I've worked closely with him than many more would ever know. I believe in his ability and his knowledge, and surely he's the man of the moment. I, Monsieur Pukupempe, I am committed to serving him loyally, to ensuring his vision is translated to a mission and an action purpose for myself. I know his vision is for a brighter, better, business-friendly country called Ghana. And I pledge to even work harder to support this vision. There is so much we can do, patriots, together if we pull all our hearts and minds together towards that common goal, that common shared purpose of victory 2024 December. Mr. President, nothing would make you happier. No legacy would ever pass the fact that on 7th January, your sword will be handed over to your Vice President, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. You've given the next generation ample time to study and to work and to serve. It is our time to deliver. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia is a man of vision. He's a man on a mission. He is humble, but he is firm. He is affable. He is respectful. He is honest, and he is loyal. He is a problem solver and a very hard worker, a man of integrity and a go-getter. He is destined to take Ghana to the next level. Before I take my seat, His Excellency the President, let me say this, and I'll say it again. I know Dr. Alhaji Mahmoud Bawumia. He is not corrupt. I will not be corrupted. In his public life, Mr. President, he has never been accused of corruption. And in his public life, he has never been investigated for corruption. I am sure and certain that you are giving an honorable man to continue where you left off. No matter what the naysayers say, Mr. President, he is not corrupt. He has never been accused of corruption. And he has never been investigated for corruption. And he will never be corrupt. For those who have skeletons in their cupboard, and think the election is far gone for them, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia will win the 7th December general election and presidential election. We Kukudites will fight from room to room, house to house, village to village, community to community, that never again will we have doom so. Never again will there be petrol queues. Never again will money be the determinant of how much education level you can achieve. And surely the day of our accountability is coming straight to some of them who have skeletons in their cupboard. I will promise that we will work and deliver a better Ghana for your legacy purposes. Thank you.
Oh, Jesus. Matthew Sampa, it's not a year dunku. Chichamo Duanusia say, on Yankupo family. Be between Ayabo, Amadi, or City. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia. It is possible. Hey! Da. Nimdia Onyankupo dia tumuano. Ayo my Ghana mpuntu ontia. Anonti abrana sosa. ubedi wa mayani ai achadia asudia dumuano Dr. Mahmood Bawumia ayo my Ghana puntontio anuti abrana sosa meba ubedi o mayani Dr. Dr. Mahmood Bawumia Nimtiani akukuodro Awu brasiani nkabo munti Omoy Ghana frofrewo Dr. Dr. Dignitary Dr. Mahmood Bawumia Unukradiani wadoyanti Unyamisiro ani umabro unutia Enya kanyina frafra Dr. Awradenti yebebreki etino ampipi bebreki etinoa Sawradi kofa David frisraso Didibedi Israel so yenedia Awradi matimia you are be free warwale With God, all things are possible. This is how we can find them in the free way. Mani bekum gloria today. Already met me, you will be a free one. Doctor, with God, all things are possible. It is possible. Yes, it is possible. With God, my God, all things are possible. It is possible. With God, it is possible. My God, you are God. All things are possible. I hear the song, David said, we are a frag. Goriati ya wechina wani Wakufiti ni mafrasi Enti David wunchumi Na David kachara wa hili sose Papa urade de nebashaminsa Urade di Goriati momotuni ebashaminsa Na so kanse Kwa na urade ebe diwechi Enadai Meba Dr. Mahmood Bawumia Ensro Na me asafo urade makame wontan se sedi mesusu no sara na bebam na sedi mawo mitiri no sara na ebeji yade na yana neba na ubedin kunim unnin kuguo tabiarada yeah oh Doctor Dr. Mahmood Bawumia Nimtiani akukuodro Awu brasiani nkabo munti Kana mabrunyina frafrawo Dr. Dr. Dignitary Dr. Mahmood Bawumia Unukradiani wadoyanti Unyamisiro ani umabro ununtia Akrafonyina frafrawo Dr. Yana nanimo yufufonyina Yani nanimo gramofonyina Yababwana masofonyina frafrawo Dr. Dr. Mahmood Bawumia. It is possible. Mabawudi na mafirawo. Libei yakukuoduro. Shebe kumane nifa. Udia kukwa wanimuai. Nisime mpabae. Mina nibawa chiridomwe. Sani amidi mosa chinuo. Sana nedi wachipa. kukuoduro au shabe kumane nifa udia kuko wanimua misime baba mina nipo watiri domo sabia midi Joshua chido sana neti wachida miringa wo doctor nipa mirimpa wo da bawo miye makame utanse miya na mabuwa wo branise ne bane utime mbaba mina nipo watiri domo sabia midi Joshua chido sana neti wachida miringa wo Nibado fuwe, nirimpa wo Kama mia, makame utamwe Mia, mabuwa wo Intime mpaba Mina, nibawa tirino
Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, pioneering progress for Ghana, the heartbeat of the nation. Ghana stands at the threshold of the next chapter, and at its helm stands Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, a leader of vision who embodies the fusion of heritage and progress. Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, pioneering progress for Ghana, the heartbeat of the nation. Ghana stands at the threshold of the next chapter, and at its helm stands Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, a leader of vision who embodies the fusion of heritage and progress, tradition and innovation. His journey from esteemed economist to Vice President of Ghana is a testament to unwavering dedication and bold solutions. Under Dr. Bawumia's watch, Ghana has blazed a trail as one of Africa's pioneers in mobile money interoperability. This revolutionary system seamlessly connects payment platforms, empowering millions. It's not just about technology, it's financial inclusion, ensuring that bustling markets and remote villages alike have access to modern financial services. Mapping Ghana's future. Efficient governance is Dr. Bawumia's compass. Enter the digital address system, a leap forward in modernization. Every citizen, every business, every corner of the country is accurately mapped and connected. It's the cornerstone of an organized, efficient nation where frustrations of the past mute to prompt accurate services. Drone delivery. Under his watch, Ghana has pioneered a groundbreaking drone delivery service called Fly to Save a Life. Operated by Zipline International Distribution Centers across the country, this 24-hour health delivery system makes on-demand deliveries of medical supplies to approximately 2,000 health facilities. It's a remarkable leap forward, ensuring that even hard-to-reach areas receive critical medical support. Bawumia means business when he talks about the Ghana card. National Identity Card, known as the Ghana Card, is now recognized as an e-passport in 44,000 airports worldwide. This significant achievement means that the Ghana card can be read and verified in all international civil aviation organization compliant borders. Notably, Ghanaian diasporans holding the Ghana card no longer need visas to travel to Ghana. This transformation aligns with the country's digital drive, emphasizing efficiency, security, and seamless travel experiences. Hands-on innovation. Dr. Bawumia isn't a leader in title alone. He's a relentless problem solver. His ability to translate digital ideas into real-world impact is unmatched. Whether it's enhancing public services or boosting the economy, his approach is practical, results-driven, and laser-focused. Resilience in adversity. Challenges fuel his fire. In the face of adversity, Dr. Bawumia's tenacity shines. Ghana's progress remains steadfast even during the toughest times. His commitment to a digitally advanced, prosperous nation inspires perseverance, a beacon for all. The people's leader. Beyond economics and innovation, Dr. Bawumia feels Ghana's pulse. He listens, truly listens to the people. Their needs, struggles, and dreams drive him. He's not distant. He is deeply connected, advocating tirelessly for their well-being. As the sun sets on Ghana, Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia stands. The future.
President of the Republic of Ghana, the leader and flag bearer of the new patriotic party, the man who is renowned to be the most active and best performing vice president we have seen in the Fourth Republic. Please welcome Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia, the next president of the Republic of Ghana.
Thank you very, very much. His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Ghana, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, former President of the Republic, John Agyekum Kufuor, I know he's watching from home. Second Lady, Samira, my beautiful Samira. National Chairman Stephen Ayensu in team, my running mate and incoming Vice President, inshallah, Dr. Matthew Opoku Prempeh, Chief of Staff, Akosia Freemau Selpari, the General Secretary, famous Justin Kodia, Ministers of State, Members of Parliament, of course not forgetting the Majority Leader of Parliament, our parliamentary candidates, our MMDCs, Chairman of the Council of Elders, the National, Regional, Constituency, and polling station executives, the media, ladies and gentlemen, I extend a warm welcome to you all. I stand here filled with a lot of emotion, humility, and nostalgia. 16 years ago, right here in this beautiful city of Sekondi Takoradi, I was outdoored to the good people of Ghana as the running mate to the visionary leader, then flag bearer and leader of the new patriotic party, His Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Today, I am privileged to return to Takoradi, this time against all odds, as the presidential candidate of the new patriotic party to launch the 2024 Manifesto of the party. With God, it is possible. In exactly 111 days from today, over 18 million Ghanaians will have the opportunity to decide on a new leader and parliamentarians to govern the affairs of state over the next 4 years. Fellow Kukrudites, the race is on, and I know, and you know, and they know that the momentum is on our side. I have witnessed firsthand the enthusiasm, commitment, and determination of the rank and file of our party, the great new patriotic party, to break the eight and usher in life-transforming ideas that will deliver broad-based prosperity to all Ghanaians. From my possibilities tour, I came across hope, expectations, and the belief that it is possible to transform Ghana and create a sense of pride in the Ghanaian. Our tradition, the Dankwa Dombo Buzia tradition, has not only been the vanguard of the rule of law and governance, but also pace setters and drivers of the life-changing policies and interventions. Let me first thank Honorable Oseche Mensah Bonsu, the chair of the Manifesto Committee, the co-chairs, and all members of the Manifesto team for putting together this wonderful document. I am very grateful for their dedication. Let me also thank the earlier presenters for highlighting the major achievements of our government under the leadership of President Nana Akufo-Addo. We have taken time to highlight these achievements because track record is a significant predictor of credibility and the potential to do more. We have catalogued them because in the MPP, we view these as our obligation to the people from whom we draw our mandate. We have enumerated them precisely because they communicate our ability to respond to the numerous needs of different sections of our society. Indeed, we have listed them to show we remain committed to fulfilling the social contract we have with the good people of Ghana. Above all, the exercise we have undertaken confirms that hundreds of pledges that have been made to the Ghanaian people, and broadly they have been kept, and given the opportunity, more impactful and forward-looking interventions will be implemented to move Ghana to the next level of the development journey, a journey that will build on our successes to open opportunities for all. We promise to change. We promise change, and we have made significant progress. Mr. President, history will be kind to you, and you shall be remembered for your unprecedented achievements and the millions of lives you have touched. We are eternally grateful. Ladies and gentlemen, if there was any doubt, to believe it is crystal clear from the data-backed account we have given that our overall performance and track record are superior to that of my opponent and his party in virtually every sector. Virtually every sector we are superior. But I believe, as a former president and a proud student of history, he knows that. And that is one part of the reason why he is avoiding a debate. The other part, of course, is about the courage and the confidence to put what he intends to do differently this time around with the power he seeks, side by side to the vision I have for Ghana and the clear roadmap to getting the work done. That is the choice we are presenting to you, the Ghanaian voter, on December 7th. Ladies and gentlemen, notwithstanding our superior performance, there remains the fact that between 2020 and 2022, we experienced severe challenges triggered by the pandemic, which brought the world and our country to a thundering halt. The world experienced the greatest economic depression since the 1930s, with most countries recording negative GDP growth. Supply chain disruptions and the rising price of oil resulted in major increases in the prices of fuel, freight, and food across the globe. Indeed, Ghanaians were hit very hard by rising food prices, increased exchange rate depreciation, rising fuel prices, and rising transport fares. Our debt became unsustainable and had to be restructured. Bondholders saw a sharp decline in their net worth following the painful yet unavoidable debt restructuring program. We faced very challenging times, but with calm leadership and the support and understanding of the good people of Ghana, we have weathered the storm, and the economy is firmly on the path of recovery, with increasing GDP growth and declining inflation. It is gratifying to note that our policy interventions have started yielding the desired macroeconomic results. Many economists and analysts have rightly stated that Ghana has turned the corner, but we know that for many families, the cost of living is still very high. The hardship is real, and we commit to doing more to relieve the difficulties Ghanaians are facing. We are equally committed to creating more job opportunities that will significantly reduce youth unemployment among the national population that has increased over 5 million in the last 8 years alone. We have created so far 2.3 million jobs, the most of any government in the Fourth Republic. But youth unemployment remains a major concern and that confronts us, and we are committed to doing even more. This is why, ladies and gentlemen, it is better to continue with a party that has created more jobs than any other in the Fourth Republic than go back to a party and a leader who after 4 years of doomsor created more unemployment than any government in the Fourth Republic. Ghana needs bold solutions to deal with the challenges we face. And that is what I am offering in asking for the mandate of the Ghanaians. This manifesto that we are launching lays out our comprehensive plan to take Ghana to the next level of growth, prosperity, under a selfless leader with bold solutions for jobs and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, my vision, as I have stated, is to create a tent big enough to accommodate every Ghanaian, to tap into the resourcefulness and talents of our people, irrespective of our different ethnic, political, and religious backgrounds, to channel our energies into building the kind of country that assures food sufficiency, safe, prosperous, and dignified future for all Ghanaians, to create sustainable jobs with meaningful pay for all, and for Ghana to participate fully in the fourth industrial revolution using systems and data. To realize this vision, we must collectively have a mindset of possibilities, not impossibilities. There is a critical failure of mindset that manifests itself in the absence of core values, patriotism, and principles within our society. We need to invigorate the can-do spirit of Ghanaians to believe that we can even do better than we have ever imagined if we put our minds to it. For example, students from Mamfi Girls and Prempeh College have won international robotic competitions against their peers in the US, Germany, South Korea, and so on. Recently, Dr. Angela Tabiri from Ashaiman was crowned the world's most interesting mathematician after a global competition with some of the best mathematicians in the world. The mindset of possibilities must be inculcated in our children from home and school. This is why we are going to introduce a growth mindset curriculum in our schools to help students build critical skills such as problem solving, risk-taking, opportunity spotting, and design thinking. Ladies and gentlemen, we have experienced a major economic crisis, and with your support, weathered the storm. But we are not yet where we want to be. It is therefore very important to protect and expand our rebounding economy, to attain and sustain macroeconomic stability with low inflation, low interest rates, exchange rate stability, and low budget deficits. Fiscal discipline and private sector empowerment will be the key to realizing our commitment to job and wealth creation. To sustainably reduce the budget deficit and interest rates, my government, inshallah, will enhance fiscal discipline through an independent Fiscal Responsibility Council enshrined in the Fiscal Responsibility Act. The Fiscal Responsibility Act will also be amended to add a fiscal rule that requires that budgeted expenditure in any year does not exceed 105% of the previous year's tax revenue. This will prevent the experience of budgetary expenditures based on optimistic revenue forecasts which do not materialize. Ladies and gentlemen, furthermore, my government will reduce the fiscal burden on government by empowering the private sector to do more. Fundamental to building any modern, prosperous society is ensuring that access to education and health is available to all, and that there is a safety net for the most vulnerable. Under the two-term administration of His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo's government, I can say without any fear of contradiction that no past leader has done more to uplift the poor and the vulnerable in society than my boss. We put in place new ones and expanded existing social policies and programs for the masses across Ghana, like the free senior high school, free TVET, Agenda 111, one constituency, one ambulance, expanding school feeding, national health insurance care for childhood cancer, sickle cell patients, and kidney dialysis, and so on. I pledge to you that my government will protect and deepen all these programs that several millions of you depend on. From my interactions with the people, the three top major concerns of Ghanaians are the cost of living, jobs, and roads. The 2024 Manifesto of the new Patriotic Party prioritizes what you, the Ghanaian people, say are your priorities. The manifesto lays out a clear path of how we plan to solve these major problems, among others. That is why my government will make business and jobs our #1 priority. True to our philosophy, I believe the private sector has the capacity to provide jobs and create wealth for society. My administration will therefore incentivize and empower the private sector to do more in complementing government in the provision and management of many infrastructures and other public services. This can reduce government expenditure, increase efficiency and accountability, create competition, and improve maintenance. Yes, we have built more roads than any other government in the Fourth Republic, but we still have a lot to do. In the last 8 years, we have been deliberate in empowering Ghanaian contractors to undertake many major infrastructural projects that would otherwise have gone to foreign contractors. My policies will encourage the private sector to take greater responsibility in the provision and management of critical infrastructures, including building hostels, housing, and schools for government to rent or lease to own. The demand for roads construction is massive, and this has historically placed a huge burden on the budget. I will make it more attractive for the private sector to also finance construction, management, and maintenance of roads through PPP concessions. Also, I want to change our procurement culture drastically to tackle waste and corruption. My government will move towards leasing rather than outright purchase of goods such as vehicles, printing equipment, and so on. The private sector will have the responsibility for the maintenance of the equipment. With this approach, the budget can save very significant amounts in outright cash expenditure annually from various items across different ministries, departments, and agencies. The policy will energize the private sector to invest in their expansion and create many jobs. Enhancing the role of the private sector, along with fiscal and administrative decentralization, improving our systems and the way your institutions function, will lead to greater efficiency, cutting waste, and ensuring value for money in procurement. The move towards the private sector provision of many public services would create the fiscal space of at least 3% of GDP annually. That is 30 billion Ghana cedis annually. This represents a major paradigm shift. Additionally, an efficient system of governance will require even fewer ministers. Therefore, I will have no more than 50 ministers. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to our tax system. To increase government tax revenue, we have to reform and refocus the Ghana Revenue Authority towards broadening the tax base. Estimates suggest revenues amounting to 13% of GDP, or some 150 billion Ghana cedis in 2023, are not collected because people are outside the tax net. Many individuals, businesses find our tax system cumbersome and confusing. We want a tax system that is easy to understand, easy to comply with, and easy to enforce, softer on the taxpayer, and that is not subject to so much discretion. The next MPP government will introduce a very simple, citizen-friendly, and business-friendly flat tax system. This will be the first change in our tax system since independence. No government has thought about changing the tax system, but it is the MPP party that is saying it is time for a change in the tax system. A flat tax system, and a flat tax will be of a percentage of income for individuals and businesses with appropriate exemption thresholds set to protect the poor. With the new tax regime, the tax return should be able to be completed in minutes. We will also simplify our complicated corporate tax system and VAT regime. We will reform the VAT tax regime by merging all levies into a single line item levy and treat the merged levy as part of input and output VAT to eliminate the cascading effect in the current regime. To start the new tax system on a clean slate, my government will provide a tax amnesty, that is a complete exemption from the payment of taxes and the waiving of associated interest and penalties up to a certain year to individuals and businesses for failures to file taxes in previous years, so that everyone will start afresh on a clean slate. In return, my government will expect the beneficiaries of this most significant gesture and such savings to be directly used in creating jobs. Our ultimate goal, ladies and gentlemen, is to move Ghana to a lower tax regime with broader coverage to stimulate greater economic activity and generate more revenue to the state. For this to succeed, tax digitalization will be implemented across all aspects of the tax administration. Everyone will be required to file tax, a very simple tax return, electronically through their mobile phone or a computer. There will be no manual or paper filing of taxes anymore. Faceless assessments will provide transparency and accountability. There will be no need under this new tax regime. There will be no need for GRA to send officers to sit in shops, to close shops. E-invoicing as being implemented by GRA will also be extended. I now come to support for business. Ladies and gentlemen, my government will be for business because true to our philosophy, I believe the business of government is to empower business to deliver for society. We will therefore support the growth of businesses by the following policies. We will incentivize Ghanaian startups in selected strategic sectors with investment tax credits for the first 3 years of their operations. A flat rate system of duties for all importers will be implemented, bringing predictability and stability on prices of imported goods. We will harmonize port charges to align the charges with the charges in competing regional ports, particularly Togo. Duties in our ports will not be higher than the duties in Lomé, Togo. Ladies and gentlemen, very importantly, we will use the government's purchasing power to stimulate industrial expansion and business growth. This will help create jobs by rolling out a Buy Ghana First policy, under which all goods and services procured by the public sector will first be filled by goods and services produced locally. And we will back this by legislation. We will implement a shift in electricity tariffs to the electricity tariff structure to a regime in which commercial rates are either equal to or lower than residential rates, never higher, to power our industries and businesses. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to establish an SME bank to meet the special financing needs of small-scale medium enterprises, which will employ over 80% of Ghanaians. We will also complete the digitalization of land titling and registration to allow owners of landed properties to use their properties as collateral to raise capital for their business growth and expansion. We will create special economic zones in collaboration with the private sector at Ghana's major border towns such as Aflao, Paga, and Elubu to enhance economic activity increase exports, reduce smuggling, and create jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to the cost of living, reducing the cost of living. Another major priority of my government will be to reduce the cost of living. The world is facing what is commonly referred to as the global cost of living crisis. Even though the inflation has dropped by half this year, prices remain high. I want a Ghana where we can attain food security through the application of technology and irrigation to commercial large-scale farming. We will also promote the use of agricultural lime to reduce the acidity of our soils, enhance soil fertility, and get more yield from the application of fertilizers. Ghana has an abundance of limestone to do this. I will prioritize the construction of the Pualugu Dam by using the private sector financing to crowd in grant financing. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also ensure food security by stabilizing the prices of foods produced locally through financing and guarantees from the Development Bank Ghana and the Ghana Incentive-Based Risk-Sharing System for Agricultural Lending, also known as GESL. This will mainly involve upscaling the production of staple foods, investing in the preservation of staple foods, meat, poultry, and fish products, and establishing agricultural enclaves which will have irrigation, processing, and storage facilities in each region for crops or grains in which the regions have a comparative advantage. We will reduce the cost of transportation by promoting and supporting electric vehicles for public transportation. By the grace of God, I hope the first 100 buses that we will be introducing for public transportation will hopefully, inshallah, arrive before the end of December this year. We are also going to expand the Gold for Oil program to continue stabilizing the price of fuel. Stabilizing the price of spare parts through the flat rate duties for all importers policy, which will bring predictability and stability on prices of imported goods. Ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to make your driver's license valid for 10 years and extend the renewal period to 5 years. Under a housing for all policy, I will also have a major focus on the provision of public housing in the same manner that Singapore did. We will partner with the private sector to build large housing estates without the government having to borrow or spend. Also, the National Rental Assistance Scheme, which has worked so well with thousands of beneficiaries, will be enhanced to deal with the problem of the demands of rent advance of 2 years or more. We will also ensure a variety of accommodation types to meet different pockets and needs as follows. In social housing, we'll be including homeless shelters, overnight stay for the vulnerable, and expanded rental assistance schemes for low-income workers. In the area of affordable housing, we'll be including district housing projects through incentives to the private sector real estate industry, as well as expanding the services of the revived State Housing Company and the Tema Development Corporation and the National Home Ownership Fund, and improving housing finance through an expansion of the mortgage lending market as well as rent-to-own schemes. Ladies and gentlemen, we will use a variety of ways to deliver access to the various types of accommodation. For example, social housing. We will provide public lands within our main cities to private developers, and in order to benefit, make it mandatory for them to set aside between 20 and 30% for low-income social housing units with subsidized rents. Significantly, ladies and gentlemen, improving the availability and affordability of power. We will do this by bringing on board 2,000 megawatts of solar power and incentivizing users by buying access to power they generate from their solar systems and paying with free electricity from the national grid when they need power through net metering. We will continue to make accessing services easier. For example, once you have a Ghana card, all public organizations will not be required to collect your basic data. They will have all that data. They don't need you to fill any forms because all of it is on your Ghana card. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to build a Ghana where we leverage technology, data, and systems for inclusive economic growth. I want to build a Ghana into a world-class digital economy. I want to build a Ghana where we apply digital technology, STEM, robotics, and artificial intelligence for the transformation of agriculture, healthcare, education, manufacturing, fintech, and public services delivery. As part of this process, it is my goal to eliminate the digital divide by achieving over 90% internet penetration within the first 4 years of office. We have already made very significant progress in this direction by increasing internet penetration from 34% in 2016 to some 70% by 2023. The task in the next 4 years is to move from 70% to over 90% as exists in the advanced countries. It is possible. I am determined to not let Ghana miss out on the fourth industrial revolution, as our continent did on the industrial revolution some centuries back. I want to see Ghana build the digital talent we require for the fourth industrial revolution. This will mean providing digital software skills to hundreds of thousands of youth. This, along with other priorities, will create jobs for the youth, including school dropouts. In collaboration with the private sector, we will train at least 1 million youth in IT skills, including software development, to provide job opportunities worldwide. Ladies and gentlemen, generally, there will be an enhanced focus on technical and vocational education. My government will also support the establishment of a national open university, Ghana, in collaboration with the private sector, and it will focus on ICT, TVET, and STEM. Ladies and gentlemen, to prepare our children for the fourth industrial revolution, I will enhance the positioning of the educational system towards STEM, robotics, artificial intelligence, and vocational skills to cope with the demands of the fourth industrial revolution and job creation. My government will make coding and robotics standard in senior high school. Furthermore, to become a digital hub in Africa, Ghana's telecoms industry needs more investment. The cost of data for the ordinary Ghanaian has become too expensive. It goes against the very ethos of our digitalization journey. We commit to working actively with industry players in setting clear policy guidelines that will remove any investor uncertainty and difficulties in business planning, including the expeditious allocation of spectrum, driven more by the goal of enhancing digital inclusion. In addition, we would be working with educational institutions, leading and global tech firms to establish a national robotics, engineering, and AI lab for research and training of young Ghanaians locally. We will also be providing venture capital funding and grant support for commercially viable tech projects by Ghanaian startups to drive innovation, foster high-tech entrepreneurship, create jobs, and support growth of Ghanaian high-tech businesses. We will also be providing live lab opportunities to Ghanaian tech startups under a matching program by purposely connecting them to matured large tech firms working on government tech projects to help startups test their ideas in real-world environments and to accelerate their product development cycle. We will also be working with the Bank of Ghana to significantly expand our regulatory sandbox to admit more fintechs as well as regional fintechs. This will position Ghana as a multi-regulatory, multi-jurisdictional sandbox for financial payments interoperability. We will also be establishing a fintech fund with a seed capital of $100 million. That is about 1.5 billion Ghana cedis to attract additional private sector funding and to support Ghanaian startups, developing payments and financial services solutions, especially focused on region-wide explorable solutions. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also be implementing a digital residency, that is e-residency, for businesses and individuals in tech firms to register and operate within Ghana. We are also going to be implementing a 5-year digital nomad visa and work permit to attract global tech talents to domicile and work from Ghana, appointing also, ladies and gentlemen, a digital ambassador whose role will be to develop new external markets for Ghanaian digital talents and products and facilitate the export of our digital services. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll also be implementing comprehensive data interoperability across government platforms to enhance transparency and streamline services. We will be pushing further Ghana's leadership, led by my boss, Ghana's leadership role in achieving cross-border mobile money interoperability among other payment systems within the AfCFTA to enhance buying and selling within Africa's 1.4 billion consumer market. Ladies and gentlemen, we will also be creating a marketplace to streamline public sector procurement. As a result of the increase in fiscal space from the tax and expenditure measures we are going to undertake, we will be in a position to enhance the digital economy by abolishing the e-levy as well as taxes on mobile phones. We are also going to ensure in this digital economy that we are building that the Ghana card will not be required, that for any person who holds a Ghana card, you will not be required to fill a form to get a passport. You will just be required to pay your fee because all the information is on the Ghana card. Ladies and gentlemen, working with industry players, we intend to make Ghana a world-class digital economy and a digital hub of Africa. I now come to our natural resources. Ladies and gentlemen, as president, the next MPP government will usher Ghana into a golden age for the maximization of the benefits of our natural resources like gold, lithium, bauxite, and so on. The key to doing this is value addition and Ghanaian ownership. As we have started with lithium, we need a new paradigm in the natural resource contracts that sees more of the benefit accruing to Ghana. Some of the key policies that we will implement to maximize our benefits from our natural resources include formalizing and regularizing and regulating environmentally sustainable small-scale mining. Our goal would be to help grow the small-scale mining companies into large-scale mining companies with the capacity to building and assisting them to access financing to acquire equipment. In line with this, we will license all miners doing responsible mining. District mining committees, including our chiefs, will provide initial temporary licenses to the miners. Every Ghanaian in small-scale mining will register under the Ghana Small-Scale Miners Association with their Ghana card. We will, in collaboration with the large mining companies, convert abandoned shafts into community mining schemes. We will also open new community mining schemes, and district mining communities would be responsible for reclamation and replanting. We will also set up state-of-the-art common user gold processing units in mining districts in collaboration with the private sector. We will also conduct an audit of all concessions with various licenses and new applications. This will allow government to know licenses that have expired and non-compliance with the existing license conditions are in non-compliance. My government will establish, in collaboration with the private sector, a minerals development bank to support the mining industry. My government will also reduce the minerals export tax to 1% to discourage smuggling and encourage more production. We will establish, through the private sector, a London Bullion Market Association certified gold refinery in Ghana within the next 4 years. Following the establishment of this refinery, all the responsibly mined gold in Ghana produced by the small-scale sector will be sold either to the central bank, PMMC, or MIF. We will make available proven reserves data from the Geological Survey Authority to small-scale miners to help deal with the associated problem of trial and error digging for gold, which destroys our environment. Once the data is available, the small-scale miners will know exactly where the gold is. And so they don't have to do trial and error. They'll go directly to where the gold is, and the environment will not be destroyed. We will also adequately resource the Geological Survey Authority to undertake the mapping exercise. We'll also scale up the use of mercury-free gold catcher machine technology, which is less damaging to our environment. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to an important subject matter of stabilizing our currency. Ladies and gentlemen, recognizing the need to transform the structures of the Ghanaian economy from merely being an exporter of raw materials, an importer of finished products, to producing what we consume and adding value to our raw materials and farm produce. The Akufo-Addo-led government set out in 2017 to find solutions by introducing transformational policies such as one district, one factory. While industrialization remains the long-term solution to macroeconomic stability and shared prosperity for Ghanaians, the vulnerabilities in the structure of the Ghanaian economy remain and were heavily exposed by the global crisis of 2020 to 2022. The crisis hit us really hard, but you may wonder why, unlike previous times when the city faced severe pressure, this time around we have never experienced queues at our fuel stations or dumsor as we did in 2015. Let me tell you a short story about that. I approached my boss when we had this crisis, as I saw our foreign exchange reserves continually dwindling. I approached my boss and suggested a novel way as a solution to the shortage of foreign exchange. I proposed that we leverage on gold to produce directly in exchange for the essential goods we import. He gave me the go-ahead to pilot the one critical import, petroleum products, the shortage of which would have completely derailed our economy. And that is what resulted in gold for oil. I am happy to say that the two policies that have helped rescue the economy from catastrophe in the recent crisis were the Bank of Ghana's domestic gold purchase program, which I proposed, and the gold for oil program. The pilot, these two policies, the pilot has worked for a number of companies and has worked for the countries. Some companies which wanted to repatriate dividends and couldn't do so because of foreign exchange constraints have suddenly been able to do so because of the gold purchase program. We have thus found a solution in the midst of this crisis, and bringing together the pilot of this gold for oil and gold purchase programs. We have thus, through this crisis, we have suddenly found a solution to the profit repatriation problem that many businesses had without destabilizing our local currency. This also brings major comfort to foreign investors operating in our countries. I believe from the success of the pilot scheme, we can confidently say that we have found a solution to the age-old foreign exchange problem that successive governments have struggled to contain, and which invariably led to inflation and other macroeconomic challenges. My government will completely institutionalize what I will call the Gold for Forex program, even as we intensify efforts to transform the structure of the Ghanaian economy. Simply put, the domestic gold purchase program is a policy which allows the Bank of Ghana to boost our foreign exchange reserves by buying locally produced gold with cedis. Gold purchases from this program alone amounted to $5 billion in the last couple of years. With Ghana's unexplored gold reserves estimated at 5 billion ounces, with a market value of $10 trillion US, my government will ramp up the gold purchase program to cover all major forex demands. We will cover all major forex demands with the gold purchase program. Put simply, if, for example, a company wants dollars, we will take their cedis and we will buy gold and we will give them their foreign currency. The gold purchase program will therefore provide the anchor that our local currency has always lacked. Ladies and gentlemen, going forward, I want to build, with your support, I want to build a credit system for Ghana. In the advanced economies, workers are able to easily access credit to purchase items such as televisions, cars, mobile phones, and houses. They are able to do so because the credit system over there works, and it is supported by individualized credit scoring by the credit rating agencies. In the advanced countries, people are able to obtain mobile phones for free under a contract arrangement with their telephone companies. But people with the impossibility mindset don't understand that these things are possible. In Ghana, such a credit system is yet to develop, and therefore life is harder for our workers. It is our goal to make it easier and cheaper to access credit by leveraging our data and our systems, such as the Ghana card, the Ghana Post GPS, mobile money interoperability, Momo accounts, DVLA, GRA data, bank accounts, and so on, to build an efficient credit system and a mortgage market in Ghana underpinned by an individualized credit scoring system and the digitalization of land titling and transfer. We look forward to starting individualized credit scoring in Ghana this year, in 2024. And this will make it easier for Ghanaians to access credit at lower interest rates. My promise to you is that soon, you in Ghana will no longer have to save before you are buying what you need. You can buy it on credit and pay small, 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 like they do in the advanced countries. In the area of public infrastructure, we will, to reiterate, partner the private sector to finance, build, and rent or lease to own to government public infrastructure, including schools, housing, water, and roads, as well as equipment. We will revive and resource, including modern equipment and state-of-the-art workshops, the Public Works Department, PWD, to be the primary government agency responsible for maintenance of public infrastructure across the country. We will fully implement and expand the District Road Improvement Program, under which the local governments have been supplied with equipment to help maintain roads in their districts. This District Road Improvement Project was the brainchild of the MPP government and not anybody else. We have brought it and nobody should try to claim credit for it. Through partnerships with the private sector investors, we'll develop the railway network across the country based on the master plan with strategic focus on the western and eastern lines in the medium term. These two lines are of high economic importance and will be prioritized for development and completion under my government by the grace of God. Eastern and western railway lines. We will facilitate the establishment by the private sector of a maintenance, repair and overhaul facility at the Tamale Airport to develop into an aviation cargo, horticultural cargo and logistics hub. We will also commence the development of the much talked about by us in our last manifesto, the development of the Cape Coast Airport, for which funding has been secured under the Korean $2 billion facility, which will serve both the central and the western regions. In collaboration with the private sector, we will also build an airport in the Upper East region. We will achieve, through our investment, universal access to electricity in our first term of a Bawumia government. And we will complete all the Agenda 111 hospitals to ensure every district gets a district hospital and all the regions get new regional hospitals. As a result, we will recruit more doctors, nurses, and other healthcare professionals with improved conditions of service, and will bring healthcare services to your doorstep by completing the digitalization of public healthcare institutions under the e-health project. Under the e-health project, we have digitalized all the patient records in all teaching hospitals, all the regional hospitals, and all the district hospitals. So today, if you are referred from Wa to Kolebu, you don't need to bring a folder. You just bring your ID number, the doctor in Kolebu will enter your ID number, and all your records will be there for the doctor to see. We expect that by next year, we'll cover the remaining health centers and CHIPS compounds so that we have a comprehensive database. We will also scale up. Once we have done this, we are going to be scaling up telemedicine services and establishing, ladies and gentlemen, we are also going to be establishing 2 additional sites in addition to the existing 6 sites of drone delivery centers at Funsi in the Upper West region and at Kintampo. So we are establishing 2 more drone sites. And the establishment of these 2 sites will give us 100% coverage for drone delivery across all of Ghana. Ladies and gentlemen, we have established the National Electronic Pharmacy Platform. We have put together 2,456 pharmacies on one platform, which is working. So today, if your doctor prescribes you a medicine, you can go to the pharmacy platform, put in your medicational requirements. The platform will tell you which pharmacy near you has the medicine and what the prices are. We will make sure this platform is interoperable with all private and public facilities. We will also offer incentives to healthcare workers to be able to buy 1 vehicle each with an engine capacity of up to 1,800 cc. And we will also ensure compliance with the existing deprived area incentive package for health workers. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of affirmative action for women and girls, we will implement in full the Affirmative Action Act we recently passed. We will establish a Women's Trade Empowerment Fund, WOTEF, to support women-owned businesses. We will ensure gender parity in the award of government scholarships. And we will further improve the maternal health care program. We will pursue a Women in Diplomacy program for Ghanaian women to take more leadership roles in international organizations. And we will ensure that existing sexual harassment laws are strictly enforced. We'll also be enabling mothers to seamlessly enter the workforce by prioritizing, in partnership with the private sector, the establishment of daycare centers near workplaces, including marketplaces. We will enforce existing regulations on maternity leave governance as well. In the area of education, ladies and gentlemen, my government will increase the stock of student accommodation in our universities and other public tertiary institutions to address the housing deficit on our campuses and make them affordable. We will introduce a free tertiary scholarship for persons with disability to remove the financial barriers to pursuing their educational goals. On scholarships, we will integrate the scholarship databases across all the public sector institutions managing such schemes to ensure full visibility and transparency. We will expand eligibility for the student loan scheme to include all post-secondary students, including certificate and diploma programs. We will prioritize and direct a significant proportion of national scholarship schemes towards training and skills development in STEM as well as other needed skills in Ghana. We will implement in full the Centralized Application Processing Service, CAPS, for tertiary institutions. Under this, you will apply once and pay once. As I already said, we will establish a national open university. And for those who, after completion of their tertiary education, have secured jobs, they would be exempted from national service. They can go and start work immediately. We will protect and enhance free SHS and free TVET, which is truly transforming lives and changing life outcomes for millions of people. Since we started the free SHS and free TVET, enrollment has increased by 83%. We are building the foundation for a well-educated, prosperous society. With free SHS and TVET, we have achieved gender parity. More girls are getting secondary education, and the impact will be positive for society. We, as a result, will recruit more teachers at all levels with improved conditions of service. We will also continue to develop additional infrastructure for our educational institutions to meet the increased numbers. We will offer incentives also for teachers to buy one vehicle each with an engine capacity of up to 1,800 cc. Ladies and gentlemen, I come to good governance. In the area of good governance, we will, and I reiterate, we will reinstate the process of getting MMDCs elected through a universal adult suffrage to deepen decentralization and effective local governance. We will delink the creation of districts from constituencies to bring an end to the automatic increase in the size of parliament. We will institute an electoral area share of the common fund for assembly members to facilitate development at the electoral area levels. And we will engage Parliament and other stakeholders, including political parties, to review the 1992 Constitution to achieve effective national development. We'll provide value-based leadership predicated on values such as selflessness, excellence, ethics, justice, integrity, transparency, diligence, and accountability. In pursuit of values-based leadership and responsible citizenship, we'll formalize the relationship between the state, chiefs, faith-based organizations, and civil society organizations, and redefine and elevate their place and role in the national governance structure. We will formally designate faith-based organizations as development partners who are entitled to similar incentives. We will review Section 63 of the Chieftaincy Act to empower chiefs to strengthen local governance. And we will pay living allowances to paramount chiefs, divisional chiefs, and queen mothers. To encourage the registration of all lands and to avoid land disputes, all stool lands will be registered without an initial fee payment. Payment will only be made of the registration fee when the land is sold, and then we will get our fee. But initially, all chiefs can go ahead and register stool lands without paying a fee. Ladies and gentlemen, my government will also protect Ghanaian cultural and family values. Dealing with corruption is my next area of focus. Ladies and gentlemen, all governments have struggled with the canker of corruption in our society. People have been killed for corruption, and people have been jailed for corruption, but yet it persists. My view is that corruption operates in darkness, and we need to deal with it through openness and transparency, and through digitalization. Our approach so far has been to deal with corruption after it occurs. My approach to deal with is to deal with corruption before it occurs. Digitalization is the vehicle. The Ghana card has enabled us basically to eliminate ghost workers from the Comptroller and Accountant General payroll, also from the SNIT payroll and the National Service payroll. Using the Ghana card and the elimination of ghost workers in SNIT and the National Service Scheme, we have saved 800 million Ghana cedis in just these two institutions. One of the most potent weapons against corruption is transparency. Many corrupt activities are cash-based. Apart from the obvious benefits of moving in the direction of a cashless society, the literature does indicate that more electronic payments are used in transactions as opposed to cash. The more that is done, the more there is traceability, and therefore the less corruption. I would like to bring Ghana close to a cashless economy in the shortest possible time. So far, The Bank of Ghana has made a lot of progress in this direction by putting in place a lot of payment systems and infrastructure. These include mobile money interoperability, merchant interoperability, the universal QR code payment system, the GH-Link debit card, eSwitch, Ghana Pay. We have put in place the necessary infrastructure to go cashless as a country. Recently, the Bank of Ghana has completed a pilot of the digital version of the Ghana cedi in fishery also. This is known as a central bank digital currency, or the e-cedi. The e-cedi is designed to work online and offline and will be launched by the Bank of Ghana in due course. The e-cedi will be the ultimate weapon in our fight against corruption because it will provide transparency, reduce the risk of fraud, robbery, tax avoidance, and money laundering, since it will be easy to track the movement of money and identify suspicious activity. The e-cedi will quicken the pace of Ghana's move towards a cashless or a near cashless society. We will also, ladies and gentlemen, implement blockchain technology and smart contracts for secure data exchange and transparent government services. Employing a distributed ledger technology improves transparency and efficiency. This will make all government transactions permanently traceable and not subject to alteration. I want Ghana to be the first country in Africa and one of the few in the whole world to become an all-government blockchain government. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of care for the elderly, we will pass the An-Aging Act for the care and protection of the elderly. We will promote geriatric care training programs to address the growing need for elder care. We'll implement policies on the establishment of home care, nursing homes, and rehabilitation services, including assisted living and old age community living. We will create elder-specific social assistance schemes to cover those not currently covered by existing programs such as LEAP. In the area of the environment, ladies and gentlemen, we will enhance the protection of our forests and biodiversity hotspots. We will restore our forests through a reforestation program by targeting 30,000 hectares of degraded areas for reforestation and plantation development annually, establishing 1,000 hectares of bamboo and rattan plantations annually for watershed protection and plantation development. We are also going to be providing tree seedlings and plantation suckers in a minimum of 1,000 communities to enhance national reforestation and plantation development programs. We will protect and preserve our water resources by vigorously protecting both surface and underground sources by ensuring that the provisions of the water use regulations are adhered to. We'll protect transborder water sources, notably the Volta River, and we effectively manage all water basins in Ghana. With our mining policy, we believe that we are going to be able to deal with galamsey, and that will help us protect the environment. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of sports, the creative arts and tourism, we will use tax incentives, including a flat tax, to incentivize private sector investments in sports, tourism, and the creative arts. We'll implement an e-visa policy for all international visitors to Ghana to make visa acquisition fast and convenient for visitors. We will roll out a visa-free policy for all African nationals and all Caribbean nationals visiting Ghana. We will also establish a travel protocol in partnership. We will also, in partnership with the private sector, establish a streaming and digital management platform for Ghanaian content developers in the creative arts. We'll also establish a travel protocol service for the creative community to enable artists, performers, and other creatives honor international performances and shows. We will establish a sports development fund to develop sports infrastructure and talent development and grassroots sports programs, including the revival of Colts football and leagues across the country. Ladies and gentlemen, we will establish a Ghana School Sports Secretariat, which will be an agency under the ministry responsible for sports in collaboration with other stakeholders such as the GES and sports federations. My government will seek school-level collaboration with international sports bodies like the NBA and the NFL to make Ghana a hub for these emerging sports in Africa, to create more opportunities for young people. We have already tried this with the NFL, the governing body for American football. We will, ladies and gentlemen, also upgrade the surfaces of our football pitches to meet the highest international standards. And so we will be seeing an upgrading of the stadia in Kumasi, Accra, Cape Coast, Tamale, and Esipong to make sure that they meet the highest international standards. My government will also implement an effective maintenance module for our sports facilities. We will continue the construction of astroturfs for every constituency to boost the development of our talents, including juvenile football. We have increased astroturfs from 3 that we inherited to over 150 in 2024. We are going to start an Operation Olympics Glory program by dedicating resources towards the preparation of our athletes and their readiness for the 2028 Olympics in Los Angeles, USA, including where necessary, targeting specific sports for medals. We will support the revival of the Premier League and clubs to improve commercial viability and create related jobs by directing policy through the National Lotteries Authority and the Gaming Commission to establish and fund a sports employment module to assist premier clubs fund operational expenses, including player remuneration. And also we will provide a bus to each Premier League club. And we will build 6 5,000-seater capacity stadia for the new regions, the 6 new regions, and we will build a standard stadium for Sunyani because of their love of football and the many clubs in Sunyani. We will promote school sports by establishing a Ghana School Sports Secretariat to create more opportunities for young people in sports and collaborate with international bodies, as I said, to make Ghana a hub for emerging sports. Ladies and gentlemen, in the area of protecting our borders, we will not compromise on our efforts to ensure Ghanaians feel safe and are free to go about their daily lives. We will therefore continue to keep our borders protected, our communities and neighborhoods also safe. We will complete the 15 forward operating bases at our border frontiers of Ghana. This will allow the military to swiftly respond to any external hostilities and threats posed by terrorists in the sub-region. We will continue equipping Ghana's security services to build their capability in protecting the nation. And we will also focus on equipping the prison service as well as the fire service. We will deepen the cooperation of our neighboring states and the international community in the fight against violent extremism. We will recruit and deploy 20,000 more security personnel to enhance the visibility and strengthen the human resources of our security services. To make our neighborhoods safe, we are going to roll out 50,000 more anti-crime cameras, the CCTVs. And so far, we have rolled out about 11,000 CCTVs. But many districts and regions, many district capitals and regional capitals are not fully covered. So we ask national security to undertake an exercise to tell us what is needed so that we can see what is happening in every public street, in every regional capital and every district capital, every day and every night. They came back and told us they needed 50,000 cameras, CCTVs, for us to be able to accomplish that directive. And my government will provide the 50,000 CCTV cameras so that we have complete visibility in all our regional capitals and all our district capitals to basically make sure that if you commit a crime, we are going to catch you. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll also roll out more body cameras for the police and other logistics. I believe that we can find, ladies and gentlemen, a broad, find broad contours of a national development plan for which we can find consensus in areas such as education, healthcare, industrialization, and so on. I will support such a consensus national development plan. Specifically, I propose that we can amend Article 87 of the 1992 Constitution, as well as the NDPC Act, Act 7479, to mandate political manifestos, political party manifestos, and consequently the economic and social policies of governments, as well as budgets, to be aligned to agreed broad contours in specific centers. The current Constitution was designed for political stability, and it has achieved that. We need to amend it with the help of Parliament to align it more to national development. In that context, we are committed to the process to amend the 1992 Constitution through public consultation, with a key emphasis on the election of MMDCs to deepen democratic decentralization, ex gratia, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to build a nation that cares for and invests in the vulnerable, like persons with disabilities, the aged, the street kids, the lepers, cerebral palsy patients, and so on. In cooperation with faith-based institutions and the private sector, my government will also focus on special needs. To start with, we will recruit 1,000 special needs teachers and retrain teachers on how to work with special needs students. We will also train more speech and language therapists and occupational and behavioral therapists. We will also set a quota for the recruitment of persons with disabilities in all government recruitment, and also provide incentives for the private sector to recruit persons with disabilities. Now to the youth of our country, kindly lend me your ears. I have been to you, and I have listened to your concerns and soaked your aspirations. I want to assure you that I am for you. Our nation is at a crossroads. We are preparing to elect a new president in December 2024. And I believe I will serve you better as your next leader. I am a problem-solving leader. In the last 7 years, I have, with the blessings of President Nana Akufo-Addo, led and championed initiatives to address some of the fundamental problems in the public service delivery area. I possess the integrity you require in your next president. I believe that the Almighty has blessed me with a fortitude of character to ensure the implementation of bold solutions for our future. My track record of public service and in international development is public knowledge. My entire career, from academia through to the Bank of Ghana, the African Development Bank, and my current role as Vice President, has been anchored on competence, diligence, and efficient and effective management skills that have contributed to my ability to see projects through to completion. I am determined to make your future my business if you give me the mandate to serve you. My proven ability to manage and deliver results professionally and transparently sets me apart from the rest in the race. As an experienced professional with unblemished national and international credentials, I am ready to bring that expertise to bear on national governance with the sole motivation to transform. The MPP delegates resoundingly gave me the mandate to lead the party based on my performance and the delivery of major signature projects and programs and vision. Given these and my verifiable personal integrity, I humbly ask you, ladies and gentlemen, that you hand the steer to me. That you hand the steer to me to usher in a new government, a new management style that will give us additional results, a paradigm shift in how we manage our resources, and let the benefits of nationhood reach out to every member of society. With all humility, I declare that I am a visionary leader who can generate new ideas to confront problems. I have the exciting ideas for the 21st century nation. We have done well in creating jobs in the last 7 years, 2.3 million jobs, the most of any government in the Fourth Republic. However, unemployment is still a major issue amongst us. I make a firm commitment to sustain and expand the rebounding economy to address the problem of unemployment. To the Gen Zs, I am well plugged into the new world you belong, and I know the keys to press to unlock your potentials within. I am your plug to your dreams of a prosperous Ghana. I am your plug to creating opportunities and decent paying jobs. I shall offer you a problem-solving leadership built on my values of integrity, compassion, and sincerity. To this end, I have presented for your consideration our manifesto for 2024. The manifesto is giving. It is giving hope. It is giving ideas. It is giving jobs. It offers the opportunity to create a new generation of entrepreneurs through my business support initiatives. It strives to make Ghana a fully digitalized nation in which you are able to access public services with ease. It incentivizes the private sector to expand and deliver good jobs. Ladies and gentlemen, I believe that as Vice President, the policies I have championed or initiated have impacted or will impact the lives of virtually every Ghanaian. I have, with the full blessings and support of my boss, promised and delivered on many groundbreaking policies that are happening for the first time in our history. These include championing the Ghana Card, Agenda 111, e-pharmacy, Ghana.gov, one constituency, one ambulance, Zongo Development Fund, paperless ports, motor insurance, database, renewal of NHIS on your mobile phone, the Ghana Card number as your TIN number, SNID number, NHIS number, zip line, delivery for drones, gold for oil, gold purchase program, and so on, and so on, and so on. Ladies and gentlemen, through the successful implementation of these policies, I have proven to be a problem solver and a promise keeper. Ladies and gentlemen, in conclusion, the choice Ghanaians face in 2024 fundamentally is a choice between a brighter future and a bleak past. As I noted in my presentation at UPSA in February, we have to ask ourselves a number of questions in making that choice. If you want someone you can trust to come up with innovative and impactful ideas to transform Ghana, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you want someone with personal integrity who can be trusted to fight corruption, then your choice is Dr. Bawumia. And if the person you have in mind is someone you can trust to work tirelessly and selflessly for Ghana, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you want a leader with a proven record who you can trust to create jobs for the youth, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you are looking for the man who has the vision and the commitment to prepare Ghana for the fourth industrial revolution, the digital revolution, then it is Dr. Bawumia. If you are looking for the man who is more committed to protecting and using the natural resources for the benefit of Ghanaians, then the answer is Dr. Bawumia. Who will be more accountable to Ghanaians? A one-term president like my opponent, or a person who can look to a long-term development of Ghana, because he will return to you after 4 years to render an account for the long term? It is Dr. Bawumia. Who can you trust? Who can you trust to protect free senior high school education? The answer is Dr. Bawumia. Who has demonstrated to the development, who has demonstrated a commitment to the development of deprived communities like our inner city communities and the Zongo communities? It is Dr. Bawumia. Who can you trust? Who can you trust to provide bold solutions to improve our economy, create jobs, and improve social protection? It is Dr. Bawumia. Ladies and gentlemen, I am determined to make a difference, a positive difference. I am determined to use the experience I have earned over the last 7 to 8 years from the challenges and the priorities we have tackled, from the successes we have chalked, to the hard work to succeed with you on the priorities that I have laid before you today. I will work for you, with honesty and integrity, with wisdom and decisiveness. I have clarity of mind as to what I want to do from day one as president. I will not ask you for a honeymoon to cool off and think about what to do with the responsibility you give me. I am prepared and ready to serve. You know what I stand for. You know my vision. I believe in the ingenuity of the Ghanaian. Together we can succeed in building a progressive society of possibilities, enterprise, compassion, open opportunities, and shared prosperity for every Ghanaian, born rich or poor, born in the north or the south, born Christian or Muslim, born a girl or a leper or a boy, a leper or a disabled person. I have never been president of Ghana before. I am presenting myself to you for the first time to ask for your precious vote to serve you as your president and to continue the development agenda of the MPP. When you make me president, inshallah, I will implement my own vision that I have outlined. In all humility, I will ask you to give me the opportunity to become one of the most impactful presidents in Ghana's history. In conclusion, dear Ghanaians, what I have presented today are just highlights of our manifesto. There are many more details and policies that are found in the full version. I implore you and entreat you all to read the full manifesto. This manifesto we are launching today is a manifesto of hope, a manifesto anchored on bold solutions to usher in the golden age of good governance and accountability, and a manifesto of possibilities, focusing on quantum leaps in jobs and prosperity. Our positive mindset is built on a strong track record of innovations and achievements. Unlike our friends who regard every life-changing policy proposal as impossible, we in the MPP see possibilities. We innovate, deliver, and prosper. I mean to deliver for you and your family, for your future, for your business. Indeed, Bawumia means business. I thank you for your support, your prayers, and with God's guidance, we can win together. It is possible. Thank you for your attention. God bless you, and God bless our homeland as we launch our manifesto. We launch our manifesto. We launch our manifesto to the glory of God.
Therefore, I am fantasy. Therefore, I am fantasy. I'm a woman, Papa, my baby, I am a do, I am a do, not Papa, baby, I'm a woman, Papa, my baby, I am a do, not Papa, baby, I'm a Papa, baby, I'm in Paluta, yeah, Papa, baby, I'm a woman, Papa, my baby, I am a do, on top of baby, I am a down, oh, I am a down. One bed this away, one bed Yakumau. Oh, Sisifiani, oh, Sisifiani, check and personality. Oh, one in money, no semen in a man. Namase, my good time, Namase, Namase, you, Namase, my good time, Namase, no semen in a man. Namase, my good time, Namase. Namase you, Namase, my good time, Namase. I'm a woman, come on, baby, I am a do, I am a do, on top of baby, I'm a woman, come on, baby, I am a do, on top of baby.
Hello.
On top of baby, I'm
Hello. Hello. Dennis.
Let's sit down.
Bawumia vote no. Ya mfante cha. Bawumia vote no. Bawumia vote no.
Fanche.
Bawumia vote no. Please, let's be seated. Ladies and gentlemen, please, let's be seated. Please, let's be seated. Kindly take your seats. Let's clear the front and please be seated. Please be seated. Kindly let all be seated. Let's all be seated, please.
Please be seated. We have almost come to the end of the program. Please be seated.
Please, His Excellency, the President of the Republic, will address this event. All those at the front, make your way to your original seats so we can continue the program. Thank you. Security, please help us so we could get ready to listen to the Father for the Nation. Thank you.
His Excellency, his legacy extends beyond politics. His legal prowess, advocacy for human rights, and contribution to Ghana's democratic journey defines a fine, remarkable career marked by resilience, dedication, and commitment to the well-being of every citizen of Ghana. Welcome, Your Excellency President Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo.
Hello, hello. Is it working properly? Are you sure? Indeed, Bawumia means business. Mr. Vice President, Second Lady, our incoming Vice, National Chairman, Chief of Staff, General Secretary, Majority Leader, Chairman of the Council of Elders, and all the great and good of the MPP gathered here. My task is a very simple one. You've heard about what we have tried to do these last 7.5 years. I don't intend to go over that. You've also heard about the exciting things that we're going to do in the next 8 years. I don't intend to talk about that. What I want to do is to give testimony and make an appeal to the Ghanaian people through you why they should give the leadership of this country to Mahamudu Bawumia and Matthew Opoku Prempeh. Because at the end of the day, plans, policies, programs, if there's no character, if there's no strength, if there's no determination of will on the part of the people involved, they just remain plans and programs. I don't think there's anybody in this country better placed to testify about the capacity of our presidential ticket than me, Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. I am the best. I am the best placed person to give the testimony, and clearly also the best place to appeal to the people of Ghana to give the stewardship of this country for the next 8 years to Dr. Bawumia and his running mate, Napoli. 16 years ago, that Mahamudu Bawumia and I first met and decided to join our lives together. I can say that there's not one day that I've regretted joining my life to his and his to me. In opposition as well as in government, he has been a model of loyalty, of honesty, of dedication, and of patriotism. This is a man who lives and breathes Ghana. And whatever commitments he has made before you and before the people of Ghana, I can put my hand on my heart and say he will deliver on each one of those commitments. People have had problems with their vice presidents in the Fourth Republic. We won't go over that. I, Nanado, I've never had any problem with my vice president. I've gone to bed every night secure in my knowledge that my vice president stands firmly with and behind me in everything that I've tried to do in these last 7.5 years. He has been the picture, the model of loyalty itself. And all I can say to his vice is that even if he has half of the loyalty that Mahmoud Bawumia has shown to me, he is going to be an excellent vice president. This is a man who has respect for the people of Ghana. This is not a man who is going to tell the Ghanaian people that you have short memories. That is not the kind of man we have here. That is not the type of man we have here. He's a man who has respect for the people of Ghana. This is not somebody who's going to say to the Ghanaian people when his policies have failed that I am not a magician. That is not the language of Mahmoud Bawumia. That is not the sort of person that he is. We have here a man who is respectful and who will work night and day to make sure that our country continues on the upward trajectory. You have, in the business that we have chosen, some who blow with the wind. They say one thing today and they'll say another thing tomorrow because they believe that we have short memories. We don't remember their record. We remember their record. The record of failure. There have been 5 presidents in Ghana. One unfortunately died in harness. But the other 4 that are left, and I'm saying this because I know there are going to be a lot of first-time voters, people who perhaps don't remember our recent history very well. But 3 of these 4 presidents, all of them, because of their record, the Ghanaian people renewed their mandate. Jerry John Rawlings got a 2nd term. John Ajekum Kufuor got a 2nd term. Nanado Dankwa Akufo-Addo got a 2nd term. There is only one whose record did not merit a 2nd term. And you and I know who I am talking about. Is a man who wants to come back to save his image because he believes that Ghanaians have forgotten his record. Mr. Candidate, your record has not been forgotten. We will not allow that record to be forgotten. So, I don't have any hesitation in saying to you and saying to the people of Ghana that the leadership that Mahmoud Bawumia is going to provide for us is exactly the leadership we need to take us to the next step of our development. If indeed the biggest strategic interest of the 21st century is the development of the digital economy and the unfolding of the 4th industrial revolution, There is only one man in Ghana today that can take us through that fourth industrial revolution. Mahamudu Bawumia is his name. He's going to be ably supported by a young man. Are you still a young man? By a young man who has always impressed me. In 2012, he was the director of my election campaign. When, by the grace of God and the generosity of the Ghanaian people, I was honored and privileged with the office of President of the Republic. The most important flagship program of my government at its outset was the implementation of the free senior high school policy. I had no doubt in my mind that he was the one person who could implement that policy to success. And that is why I confined him to this job. Everybody in Ghana can testify to the success with which he implemented the free senior high school policy. We're talking about these two people. We're talking about achievers, people who achieve things in their lives. Our presidential candidate and incoming president was on his way to becoming governor of the Bank of Ghana, having had a brilliant career as a central banker until he met me, and I diverted him. But I think at the end of the day, he will agree today that the diversion has been worth his while. Matthew Poku Prempeh is an achiever. Apart from implementing the free senior high school policy, he has been for the last 3.5 years our energy minister. Not only has he kept the lights on, but he has helped us through some very difficult programs of restructuring our energy debt and putting our energy sector on a much sounder footing than we came to meet it in 2017. These are the two people who are asking for the mandate of the Ghanaian people. I have no hesitation, as the outgoing president is saying that they will be worthy successors to the office of president and vice president. So I want all of you here, the leadership of our party, from top to bottom, from the polling station to the national leadership, from all members of the campaign committees, from the electoral area through the constituency, through the regions to the national level, to make an extra effort to go out and sell this golden ticket to every nook and cranny of our country, to make sure that when the results are declared, hopefully on the 8th of December, we will hear the sweet news. The 6th president of the 4th Republic, Mahamudu Bawumia, has won a clear victory. And as I told you, when I hear that noise and I go to Black Star Square on the 7th of January, then I'm off to Chibi, and I'm expecting to see some of you there in my retirement. Thank you, and may God bless you all and bless the MPP. Thank you.
much, Your Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo. Your legacy lives on forever. You will be remembered from generations to generations. Ladies and gentlemen, at this juncture, we bring the launch of the 2024 Manifesto of the new Patriotic Party to a successful end. And we call on all of you to have copies of the manifesto, both soft and hard. Go through it, read it, spread the word. Every room, every house, every community, every corner. And tell your neighbor that whatever it is that we aspire as Ghanaians, it is possible with Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia in the driving seat. At this juncture, we will call on Madam Abina Asante to give us the closing prayer. Madam Abina Asante, please give us the closing prayer quickly, and let's dedicate our travels back into the hands of God.
Shall we pray? Our Heavenly Father, we thank you for a wonderful program. Father, we are grateful for all that we've done here, and we pray committing the rest of our campaign and the rest of the months ahead into your hands. Father, we ask that may you give us the wisdom to undertake all the tasks that we need to, that will give us victory on 7th December 2024, and see Dr. Mahmoud Bawumia be sworn in as President of the Republic of Ghana on 7th January 2025. We thank you in Jesus' mighty name. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please let's all be seated. His Excellency the President, His Excellency the Vice President will leave before we all start. Please let's all be seated. Thank you all for joining us today. We thank all MMDCEs for traveling across the country from their district to join us. We thank our brothers and sisters from the branches in the diaspora. We thank our CEOs. Thank you to our parliamentary candidates and our members of parliament. Thank you to our ministers and deputy ministers of state.
Please sit and wait for copies of the manifesto. Please wait for printed copies of the manifesto. We also have digital copies going on. Thank you.
So the abridged copies of the manifesto will be made available both in hard copy and in soft copy. Subsequently, the detailed manifesto will also be available online and in hard copies. Grab a copy, take time to digest it, and jump onto the train. We pray for God's guidance as we all journey back to our various constituencies and districts. Thank you very much and good night to us all.
Please don't rush. There's a lot of copies.
See, victory is not far away. We thank God, say you come my way. Mommy, but you any Dari wakukobi, party na apei, enche any beji. Mommy, but you any Dari wakukobi, party na apei, enche yako any no pressure. Enche mate, driver.
journey show be a unim the idea. Your journey, no pressure. Enjoy a driver. Yeah, boy, I need no pressure. Enjoy a driver. No pressure. Enjoy a driver.